That show me subscribe.
Make no mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo. I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack. Faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch. We built the foundation of innovations with groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you around. Hating, faking, with the linear in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Make no mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack. Faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, pause. We built the foundation of innovations with groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you around. Hating, faking, wiggling and eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say,
paying attention to what we got going on. Like there's nothing in common that we have.
Well, who put the
we don't hate you. We just need you to get out of our business because we're not in your rooms. We're not in your business. As you can see, we don't bother y'all. Why are you?
Well, as a people person, as you say, we are humans. What do you think? How do you feel about foundational Black Americans receiving reparations?
I mean, I can't believe that it hasn't happened. Like, it's such an obvious thing that should. Like, if I was, you wave a magic wand and I'm in power, that would happen. But, even though I might be what I see in the mirror. Do you say that to your
people when you're in a room with your other Seminoles and your Irish, whatever ethnicity you are, sir? Because it's probably more of you since, you are who you are. Do you have those conversations? Because it seemed like everybody got something negative to say and want to.
Yeah, I do say that, and I don't back down when the situation arises. And that's why I like coming into rooms like this, is to have more information when those situations arise. And I'm being respectful.
Do your peoples believe in reparations?
Do you have grandbabies or children who might be half Black American? Because other than that, you don't need no information on us. Like, white people are too nosy. They study Black Americans too much. Like, mind your business in real life.
Well, shouldn't I be informed, though?
No, for what?
You should already be informed.
I feel like I am.
You don't even know
these are the conversations I find interesting.
You don't even know who you are. You can't prove that you're Seminole. You can't prove it. That's why I don't go around saying I'm indigenous. I can't prove. If you don't claim something you can't prove, that is invasive to the people who are going through hardship.
I just know what my grandmother told me.
Don't talk when I'm talking. Especially the Black Seminoles are being faced of not getting monetary allotment that the white tea part of the tribe is getting, right? So you don't get to appropriate that history when they are going through something. You're not Seminole. See, foundational people, foundational Black Americans, and the American Indians, we go through things on this end because of people like you. And if you are not in that struggle with the people going through it, you don't get to appropriate the culture. Leave them people alone. Leave the Seminoles alone. You ain't the Seminole.
If you guys are in the struggle and I'm in here trying to be in the struggle with you, how is that bad.
So
What?
listen, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. The only way that you can help us is by you going to you politically try to help us. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all got the complexion for the protection. If you really want to help us, you speak to your local mayor. You get your people together and fight for us, because you will get in those doors. And until then, if y'all can't do that, just talk and be in the struggle. We don't need your help.
And we don't need your understanding over here
Well,
if you're
that's
not finna do
We don't
something
need
about
that.
it.
well, that's what the
only way y'all
person
can help us is
We're
by
not victims like that. We don't need a pat on the head. We don't need a hug or none of that shit. Wiping none of no tear. If you want, like he said, if you want to do something, go talk to your mayor, your governor, your city council, your U.S. representative, your senators, Congress. Tell them to help pass the reparation bill that we've been fighting for. You see Ghana coming over here. We got to get out in the streets and fight Africans that's coming over here disrespecting our ancestors' burial grounds. You know what I'm saying? This is what we got to do to protect America, because y'all just letting anybody over here, letting anybody be citizens, letting all these damn babies and anchor babies and all these people. It's 216 immigrants on the Democrat Party. Do you know that, Pomegranate? Isn't that ridiculous? I would rather have white y'all such fools. Y'all people. Lord Jesus, I can't take white tea people serious, bro. They fools, and they done let it get out of control, and now they want us to come clean it up, because y'all know we the best thing. We love this is our homeland. Why would you think we wouldn't want to protect it and make sure everything about America is first? No, but your greedy ancestors.
I agree with all that.
Yeah. What do you need to go talk to all your people and tell them, stand the fuck up and to get behind Black Americans, because we the only ones who gonna save this place. This is our homeland. Why wouldn't we want it to be the best?
Well, unfortunately, like the mayor or the governor or the senator, they don't like to listen to people, even though I look in the mirror and see that what I am. I don't have the money to be able to speak the language they speak.
You don't need to have the money. You got the complexion.
You need to have the voices. And you're right. You got the complexion for the protection. You need to get more people with your complexion that's like-minded. And there you go. You gotta go in numbers, my baby. It's about numbers. Don't you see? That's what we trying to do. Be about numbers, lineage first, ethnicity first, a protected class, because we are the people of this land, right? We built this boy from the foundation. And everybody who give a fuck about it it's not hard. Y'all making this shit like trigonometry, and it's pissing me off.
Hold on, Keita. I'm gonna go to salute to BX, salute to you, baby girl. All right, you be right back. All right. Let's go to what's that? Shit. Amara. Woo, boy. My son named Amari too. Amara. Go ahead, love. And then Chia. Chia, whatever. How says it? Yeah. Chia. Whatever the Chachi. Anyway, go ahead, Amara.
Yeah, FBA, we are indigenous, 1,000%. And we have the paperwork and the lineage and the proof to prove it. Unlike this white tea man above, my sis Keita, who just says his grandmama told him that he was Seminole but don't got no proof. I just think that it's actually laughable, and it's very colonizer-like to just co-opt someone else's identity and practice a modern-day form of ethnic erasure. But I'm really not surprised, because, I mean, he has the colonizer blood, and the colonizer spirit still lives within him. I actually think that this is a lot of the issues that we have with voting with the Democratic Party. They have this YT savior complex, like, I'm trying to be in the struggle with you, and what are you gonna do without food stamps? And you need welfare, and you need this, and you need that, so vote for me. And if you don't vote for me, you ain't Black. And it's like, bro, y'all don't go to nobody, no other group of people talking this nonsense. You don't never sit in no small hat community group and start talking to them like this. You don't talk to the Asian people like this. You don't talk to nobody else. But y'all think that y'all have to dumb yourselves down and speak in this damn patronizing, infantile type of dialect and the way that you're talking as if we're not fucking competent. It's very insulting, and I really don't appreciate it. And that's the reason why he can't head tap like he is.
Facts. Oh my God, you just said that, man.
Chia, what's your thoughts, love?
So I have one question for you, Pomegranate. Do you believe in reparations?
Yeah, he was asked that question. He said he believes in it, and if he was in power, he would give us the money. But I just think he just saying that because he know that is likely not to never happen. So, and I think he just saying it just to be in the mix. I guess he's bored. I don't know why you came across the railroad tracks to mess with the jigaboos. Like your presence is not one, and not even to be hateful, because I really feel like y'all talk like that, but it's not genuine. And I think it's just for the moment.
It's not genuine. I swear.
I know it's not genuine, and I don't like it. So this is why we
It's like Amara said, it's a colonized
you, but we know it's not authentic. So we're gonna entertain you just a little bit, but you about to get kicked the hell up out of here. But any last words, Mr. Pomegranate? Because I know it's not genuine, sir.
Yeah, you did do a whole lot of colonizing, and just like Amara said, you have a condescending, colonizing spirit, and I feel like and nothing, like he said, nothing about you is genuine at this moment. And we already told you what you could do if you're really genuine. Go do that. So there's step one. Go do that and holler at us after you get some results. After we in sync that you talk to your people in your state. What state you in, by the way, Pomegranate?
I live in Tennessee now, but that's not where I was born or where I'm from.
Where you was born at?
I was born in New Jersey outside of Philadelphia and then moved to where my mom's from in North Central before I moved to Tennessee as an adult.
Oh, so you were immigrant American. Well, you was born here, but you Irish.
On my dad's side, it's like crazy Irish. It's like you can tell there is some cousin messing around going on over there. Like
Right.
It's so Irish.
You got any black friends?
Yeah.
Your coworker Tyrone.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know
You
Tyrone, but one of my best friends is Deshaun. I don't know if Deshaun counts the same as a Tyrone in your book, but yeah.
Yeah. Listen, man. I listen. Y'all, do y'all have any more thoughts or questions for him?
No, he could just holler.
No, I'm about to hit this
in Tennessee right now. Tennessee, you know what they're doing? They building a lot of data centers in my people's areas, and no one's saying anything, and all that formaldehyde and all that bad gas that they pumping into the Black American communities. You know, showing up down at the council meetings and speaking with Black Americans, saying that you people don't want that in your state because it's not worth it. It's not employing anyone. It's just taking up space, and y'all allowing this mess to go on and ruin that great state, so that's
I have
the start as
protested
well.
the data centers. Almost every protest that takes place at the Capitol building, not to like give away where I am at in Tennessee, but you can probably guess by now. Every time there's a protest at the Capitol building, I'm there. Like I'm a part of a group that not organizes them, but organizes a certain district of the city to do that, to when are we going to show up? What are we going to wear? All that kind of stuff. So I'm doing legwork. I haven't fixed everything, but it's not like I'm doing nothing.
And we voting on policy, you know what I'm saying? We voting. So, you can look up candidates and support candidates that support foundational Black American hate crime bill, reparations, save acts. We're trying to make sure we keep our vote honest. We want everybody to have IDs. We don't need 16-year-olds voting like Kamala Harris and these Democrats think 16-year-olds should vote. Like they're trying to get some type of bill passed. It's just the finesse and just the idiocracy of these people, which is immigrants that they all allowed into our country. And like I said, it's 216 of them on the Democrat Party. It's even 6 of them on the Republican Party, right? When I thought that the United States supposed to have, I wish I had predominantly more of my people on there. But damn, where is the white tea people from? With what is them? The Anglo-Saxon? Where is they at? I don't know. Maybe y'all done wiped all of them out or diluted them down too. I don't know.
Yeah, everybody's an
But it
immigrant
ain't
from
enough
somewhere.
Americans. It's
Like
too many
even
immigrants. I don't know what's going on in my country.
And I really feel
They got me
because
paying attention.
we all know that the small hats, we know that a lot of them really has power, and this is the United States of the I don't want to say the state, but the small hats. They are controlled. This is not the
It's not
United
real.
States of America. It's United States of.
So how do you feel about immigration, legal and illegal?
I feel like it occurs everywhere now more than ever because of the possibility of, transportation choices, planes, air, boats, all that kind of stuff. So if the question is just how do I feel about immigration, I feel like it's an inevitability that there should be a compromise culturally reached between people and not an exclusionary practice.
So what I'm asking specifically is how do you feel about legal immigration and illegal immigration? I'm
So
going
I
to just
feel
give my thoughts on that and then you can respond, okay? So legal and illegal immigration harms the Black community. Barbara Jordan, Coretta Scott King, she sent a letter to Senator Hatch. We have studies going back, pre-60s that
Oh, I'm
document
glad you
this.
said them names. I love
So
them so much.
thanks, Keita. So this is something that displaces us in our communities. It leads to gentrification because what you see normally is that you have a Black community, and then the immigrants come in, and then the white tea come in. So this is an issue that we've been dealing with for decades. So how do you feel about that?
I feel like
Yeah.
Donald Trump is our president right now, and he has ramped up, border immigration, border policy, and ICE is at large. Like they're really kicking everybody out.
Do you support ICE? Do you support ICE?
But there's still South Americans coming into the country. So even though there's such a presence to stop it, it's still happening. So, in what world can you make it just not happen that no people will be around other people? Like, it's
What South
inevitable.
Americans
Oh,
coming
just a
in?
moment,
South
Keita.
Americans
Just a
where?
moment, Keita, if you can give me a second. So I'm not positing that. I'm not saying that there should be no immigration, right? So you're taking it to an extreme. What I'm trying to get you to understand and acknowledge is that how it impacts Black communities specifically, right? We have entire industries that we're no longer a part of, specifically tied to illegal immigration, right? So you can't go to this extreme and say, "Oh, well, it's not possible that there can be no immigration." That's not what I'm stating. This is studied. It's statistical. We suffer from this. Our community suffer from this, and it's not just low wage earners, even our high wage earners. Because once these people come in, even if they get on DACA, say they have a child, they're a citizen. Our grandchildren and children are competing with these people who really shouldn't be here in the first place.
So, if you agree with my extreme point that immigration can't be stopped, what would your solution be to the immigrants that do end up being in communities with other
Well,
people?
here's the thing. You can't answer a question
Round
with a
they
question,
asses
right?
up and
What you
get them
should
up
do is
out of here.
respond first, and I can give you my thoughts on that. That would be useful.
Well, I feel like my question was my answer, but if you want to rephrase the question, because
Well, I
I,
don't need to rephrase. I asked you something specifically, and you've yet to actually address those points, right? The things I pointed out, can you address those specifically, right? Can you
yes,
do that?
immigration does disproportionately and absolutely affect, I don't know what I'm allowed to say on TikTok, but original American culture, societies. but it's
Just
going to
say
happen.
Black Americans.
Okay, I don't know what I'm allowed to say, and not like whatever. All right, so it's not going like there are going to be people that end up in those communities because we're a worldwide community by now. So what is the answer to having these people around? Is it to be exclusionary and make them feel unwanted, or is it to find a bridge of connection and love and acceptance?
What?
See, here's the thing.
Hold on,
Here's
hold
the
on,
thing.
hold
You're
on,
not.
hold on. How can it be a bridge of connection when y'all get into political seats and y'all make sure y'all sabotage everything that we have going on and what we have fought for? So what?
All
Yeah,
the HATE that they have for us, the negativity, they want to cause harm to us. What do you feel about the Latino girl who on a police force and saying what she would do to sabotage any Black American just because they Black American, not because nothing personally that was done, but some kind of underlying vitriol that she had for us. I don't know if it was brought up in the military, if that's what they practicing in the Marines or what. But like she never even had a good excuse on why her HATE for Black Americans was so high, sir.
Yeah, those are the ones who don't belong in a polite society. I agree with that for
But
sure.
she is in the military, and y'all are like, she joined the police force. And if it wasn't for Black Americans speaking up and protesting and advocating for her to get out of her position, she'll still be on paid leave.
Yeah, it's messed up. The police force is a whole, like, not separate, but like a whole other problem. It's like there's so much to it for sure, and I agree with all of that. I feel like we're really on the
Here's the
same
thing,
side
like,
of this fence a little
Pomegranate,
bit.
I don't want to segue from the point, right? So what I'm saying is that I'm not saying there should be no immigrants, right? But what's going on now is negatively impacting our communities, right? I don't live in a low income community or an area that's specifically impacted by that. However, as decades move on, if this continues, it's just going to extrapolate, right? So it starts small and it gets larger, and we see that. This was talked about in the 60s, and what are we dealing with now? We have homeowners in Chicago whose property taxes have increased due to their local government funding immigration, right? They even specifically closed a school years ago, right? And said, we don't have any funding to support this school. But when immigrants came in, they reopened the school for housing for immigrants. These are the type of things that are happening.
And definitely those the Arabian Muslims, they got acres in their whole town, like
exactly, and they're also getting government benefits,
crazy.
right? So there's this lie that a lot of Democrats, and this is the thing, I'm not a Democrat or Republican, I'm a policy-based voter, right? So I want to say that first. But this is the thing, people lie and say that they don't get government benefits. They absolutely do. This is proven. This is a fact, right? You would not migrate to another country if you did not get any benefit. I lived in China. I worked in China. I went there because there was a benefit to me. I didn't go there to live permanently.
I want to live.
Exactly. I came home, too, right? Man. But you don't migrate as a person to a foreign land without some perceived benefit, right? Whether it's legislative on paper or it's some way around the system that will benefit you as an immigrant. And that's a fact. It doesn't matter who you are. That's why you have Americans going to Mexico. That's why you have Americans going to Thailand. That's why you have people from third world countries coming here. There is some benefit, real or perceived, that they can obtain by coming here. So I just want to clear that up. When you say they don't get any benefits or there's no incentive for them, that's a real thing. So it's a problem.
I didn't say that, but yeah,
well, I know you didn't say that, but
okay.
I wanted to make that clear, right? So if that's a position that you want to present, please don't, because it's just not true.
Yeah.
Now, well, before we go forward, I'm a end this in like 8 minutes because I gotta bounce. But
man, I be liking your lives, Mike. I'm like, oh, you're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to.
No, you definitely got to come back. See, I love to hear perspectives from the women. I love a balance. So I would like y'all ladies to come back. I'll follow y'all as well. And do that now.
I follow Miss Chi Chi too. I like, she clocked that tea. I love her. Oh, you private, boo. So if you don't mind following me back, it'll be what's up.
Yeah, and follow me so I can follow you back, Chi Chi. Go ahead, Pomegranate.
On which point? Sorry.
I mean, but
I
look,
don't know. I think Chi, I like him and Chi debate. I think she could get him to understand like something. I like the road that she going down because Miss Barbara Jordan that passed away in 1996 and Bill Clinton went on and trashed her what she said and went and passed it when she warned him what was gonna go on. I feel like this sister can break it down because yeah, I don't know. I just liked it the way she did. So yeah, we could spend the last 8 minutes with Pomegranate and her because I think she can kick him some knowledge.
I
I
feel
mean,
like
yeah.
we agree on a lot of points, I would say, but I might not be as educated, but not that I'm asking for education, but by being in this room, by virtue of being here, I'm gaining education. And I feel like that's not a bad thing. So like, I'm here, I'm respectful, I'm listening, and I'm just giving my viewpoint, like my POV. And I appreciate you guys leaving me up because I am
T-Chop,
earnest. I am
you
sincere.
still there, but boo? You still right there?
Huh? You
Oh,
talking about Chia?
yeah, I was just
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
here. I'm here. This is the thing though. Like a lot of you like you said all the right things, but when you go into those spaces, right? You said you have a group that you go out and do whatever with. You should really educate them on the issue of immigration, right? And I guarantee you are going to get pushback because they don't want to acknowledge how it specifically harms Black Americans. I mean, exponentially higher than anyone else in this country. It is a real issue. Democrats refuse to acknowledge it or even speak to it, right?
I
And it's
remember that
something
BX.
that our community suffers from, right? For me personally, I don't personally feel I'm impacted from it, right? However, I see people who come from my lineage who are. What does that mean? Because when you have children or grandchildren, you don't know what's going to befall them later on down the line. So even though specifically it doesn't impact me, it may impact my nieces or nephews. If I have children, it may impact them, right? So this is a major
right, or
issue
one of
for
your
me.
family members, because all our family members is not blessed as some of us are. So even though you might not be, it could be like some kind of cousin you got that's being impacted by it, like you're saying.
We all gonna be infected. All of us gonna be affected, especially in the future. They already in our schools.
Correct.
They already are our doctors and politicians. They in our colleges as
Building
college
towns, they
professors.
getting towns built.
They in our fucking neighborhoods taking. It's like and they giving them loans and they already have fucking like these I don't want to call it charities, but they already have like an
It is
organization
charities.
for them to get funding and benefits and stuff like
Benefits,
that.
yeah.
So we are being affected now. It may not touch us, but it's still it's indirectly affecting us and directly affecting us because we ain't getting shit out of it and we
Yes,
have
it
to fight for
is.
everything.
Right?
So
We do.
like
I
So I
can't
can
now
go
it's
and
agree
just
get
like
a
with you
grant
on that,
like
host.
they doing other people. I'm having a hard. The businesses that I want to start, the goalposts keep getting moved. I got to do this, do that, do this, and these other people is starting businesses and getting grants and don't have to do all of that, and they getting grant checks and stuff. And it's like, how the
CDLs
hell
for
do I got to
free.
keep doing this? And I'm a
Yeah, so I was telling to the brother yesterday. I called in. He said he got a loan or whatever, and therefore Black Americans ain't being discriminated against when it comes to loans. I'm like, dude, you sound like a damn white supremacist tether. Um, but yesterday Tariq did a oh my god. Well, I was doing my research and things like that, trying to catch up to what I missed, and I wasn't familiar with that Tariq was uploading videos on Ism Radio, so when I see like his work, right, upload on Ism Radio, I didn't see the channel. I just seen that it wasn't his channel. So I thought it was other people, doing uploads of his past content. So when I got aware of he's uploading on Ism Radio, so I had seen the little Captain Musty one. Oh my God. I ain't laughed like that in so long, man. Y'all gotta see this right here. If y'all ain't see this one, yeah, I thought it was just a thumbnail. A Nigerian dude literally called up. That's cast. A Nigerian dude literally called up as as Captain Musty. Oh god, y'all gotta see this. If y'all ain't see this, oh, you gotta see this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hollering, yo. Damn.
Yeah.
There you go.
What-
This was not scripted at all. This wasn't scripted. Caught Tariq off guard. Damn. I ain't laughed this hard in a while, man. Listen, look at this.
Yeah. Yeah. What- no, oh, dude.
Hey, what's up?
Dude, is it Captain Musty? What kind of
No, 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 no. Hey,
superhero?
hey, man. It's
Whoa.
Captain Nigeria.
Hold on, not Captain Musty. What is this?
Stop it now, bro. It's Captain
Dude,
Nigeria. You can read clearly.
brother. Okay, this brother he's in the Joloff Batcave. I've never seen a Nigerian superhero.
Bro, I am the first Nigerian superhero. Captain Nigeria, the first Nigerian superhero, defender of justice and Joloff.
No. Oh man, my brother got a kryptonite hairline. I've never seen a Nigerian superhero. The hairline is kryptonite.
What do you mean? My hairline is fine. What do you mean my hairline is kryptonite? My hairline is fine.
It repels clippers. Yeah, it repels clippers. Man, my dude had
It repels the clipper. I was hollering. It repels waves.
Bro.
radioactive. You got
I will not
radioactive.
allow you insult a superhero. I'm
Brother,
not your mate.
he got radioactive peppercorn. Well, okay, you want to do a battle? Hold on.
Oh my god.
I'm not your mate. You need to respect me.
I got to respect Captain Musty. Okay, Captain Musty, I respect you, brother. What part of Nigeria are you in, brother?
I'm in Lagos.
Lagos, my man. Okay, brother. Well, we need you to go fight some crime. We need you to go.
Yeah, this is a Nigerian guy who's completely unaware of the temperature. Yeah, this guy, he would have never wore that.
Yes, I fight crime every day now. I fight crime every day.
Okay, do you got some boots with flip flops on the bottom? What kind of boots you got, brother?
What do you mean flip flops? What's flip flops?
Boots with flip flops on the bottom. Yeah, when he say that, yo, you just gotta imagine boots with flip flops like popping at the bottom. I gotta stop.
Your shoes, Captain Musty. I don't know.
It's not Captain Musty. It's not Musty. It's Captain Nigeria.
Oh, Captain Nigeria. Okay, all right. Okay. all right, Captain Musty. Thank you so much, brother. It's a pleasure. Good Lord.
Hey yo, family. I couldn't with this guy. This caught me completely off guard. I'm trying to read, catch up for my live. And by the way, I wasn't watching this. I was hearing it in the background. I said, let me see what the hell he's talking about. I clicked this right here. I was hollering. Yeah, I was floored immediately. Like, this dude really got a Captain Musty outfit. Oh my god. Just like the damn thumbnails. And y'all be getting mad at the thumbnails, and this guy come looking just like one of the thumbnails. And we can't roast this guy. Oh, family, I can't make this up. The dude came dressed as Captain Musty, and we not supposed to say nothing. No, that was too funny.
Fucking American, and I got this damn person over here that can't even spell or speak my language in my country, and they got a whole business. Is they cool? And then they look at me like I don't want to do nothing. Like I want to get up and go clock a 9 to 5. No, I am CEO. I am CEO material. I have great ideas. Like, why is it so hard? Why is y'all trying to make it hard for me to get myself established? Like, what's up with that? So yeah, I have a problem with that. That's like that doesn't make sense to me.
That's a problem for women too, I would say. Like even in my, if you want to call it my culture, even in my culture, it's a problem for women.
Well, exactly. So that means immigration is a problem. If Americans can't, exactly. So that's it. Like, why would I want to work for immigrants in my own country? That's stupid.
So here's the thing: a lot of them that come here, specifically Spanish speakers, cannot read or write in their own language. Also, I work in the insurance industry. In our industry, one of the things that's being discussed is how immigration is impacting the rates and premiums of Americans, right? A lot of these people in the Northeast and Southwest, right, that come here who are not necessarily legal citizens, that don't speak English, they don't even, a lot of them don't even have driver's licenses. They're able to get insured, right? And they get in a lot of accidents. They can't read traffic signs. They're disobeying traffic laws. They're causing accidents, not just hitting one vehicle, a lot of times multiple vehicles, causing fatalities, a lot of different issues. And so as Americans, we pay more for that, right? We're all paying more for that.
Right. So this is the information that you need to pass to your community and like do something about it. Like don't talk about it. Don't come over here and just sit with us. We need y'all white tea people. If y'all say y'all so American and this and that, okay, well then put America first in a great way. So you know what I'm saying? Stop making Black Americans the enemy and the issue for this country when we do more and want more for this country than anybody I know. So if that's what you want to do, then do that. Otherwise than that, you can't help us at all. Because we don't need to hold hands and sing "We Are the World." Because fuck all that.
Y'all just want to be around our energy. Y'all not gonna go into your spaces and around your Aelites, your people, your culture. You not going to talk on our behalf. They don't want to share any kind of any kind of benefits or the privilege that y'all able to have. They rather go through this than to have Black people be in a better position. They rather have these immigrants here so they could do the work for them, the work that they don't want to do. They rather have the immigrants do. Long they keep their position of skin power and economical power, they will continue to let things happen the way it's happening right now, just to make sure Black people be in a position that they want us to be in. So don't come over here speaking to us, man.
Well,
We know what's going on. No. I don't want to hear nothing else. Don't come over here. Speak to your people. Don't try to get cool with us, nigga. Go to those are the people you need to speak. You need to speak to people who look just like you. If you want to speak on our behalf, go to them. Don't come over here.
I am a bartender, and I have a regular that comes in a lot, and her name is Latoya. That gives you any kind of clue about what her ethnicity might be. And I brought up something that I heard in a room like this to her, and she told me that she always thought that she was descendant from the Moors. So in that conversation I had with her, I feel like I inspired her to look into her own genealogy in a way she wouldn't have. And this happened like last week.
Wait, hold on.
So,
she was white or she was Black?
Her name's Latoya. She's of the Black persuasion. Be okay. Be okay.
Okay. Yeah. But a lot of Moors came navigating over here. There's some Morrison as well too.
Right, but I'm saying she had never even heard.
MORS and it's MURS, so it's two different Moors. One could be African and one could be American. So
but she had never even heard of the FBA thing, and so I think it inspired her to look into it. If that's not being in my space and playing my card, I don't know what is.
It's really not, but okay.
I'm gonna say this. Papa Granite, close out, and then I'm gonna let the ladies close out. What's your last thoughts, Pomegranate?
My last thought is, if I had to wrap it up in just a second or two, I think it's more beautiful to find those moments of unification than it is to find the reasons for division. End of sentence.
Oh my God! Hey, Pomegranate, I thank you for joining, and again, speak to your people. I mean,
podcast. This is unreal. Let's watch.
And you know, Christy, something happened a long time ago in Haiti, and people may not want to talk about it. They were under the heel of the French. You know, Napoleon III and whatever. And they got together and swore a pact to the devil. They said, we will serve you if you'll get us free from the French. True story. And so the devil said, okay, it's a deal. And they kicked the French out. You know, the Haitians revolted and got themselves free. But ever since, they have been cursed by one thing after the other, desperately poor. That island of Hispaniola is one island. It's cut down the middle. On the one side is Haiti, on the other side is the Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic is prosperous, healthy, full of resorts, etc. Haiti is in desperate poverty. Same island. They need to have, and we need to pray for them, a great turning to God. And out of this tragedy, I'm optimistic something good may come. But right now, we're helping the suffering people, and the suffering is unimaginable.
Absolutely, Pat.
No.
No, I listen to you all the time, bro. Like when I be at work and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like for real. Like y'all kind of get me through the day. My brothers and sisters get me through the day. Like real talk. When I'm at work, man, I listen to us really put belt to ass on all of, you know what I'm saying? So like, if I was in any way disrespectful or overstepped my boundaries, I genuinely apologize, brother. I really do.
I said apology, and like that don't really
Stop
bother
the
me.
cap.
Like I don't really like lose sleep or like things like that because it just don't. But wait, what happened? Shoot, I was gonna say something that you just said. Damn, I lost my train of thought. But anyway, but you did say something that when you hung up, I said, damn, man, he hung up and I didn't even get a chance to ask about that. So you did say this. You said, well, you correct me if I'm wrong. You said, because Chad said, where you from? You said your family is from Arkansas, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My family from Arkansas.
Right. And then, so again, because I wasn't even paying attention. Like I was doing my own thing and letting y'all dialogue. It seemed like y'all was getting along pretty well. So then you said, somehow you were saying some people were not enslaved. So that part I missed. And I was trying to get Chad to like reiterate that he couldn't remember the conversation. So when you guys were talking about that, like who in your family were not enslaved?
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
Like it's a new day, right? New conversation.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, I have not found not one slave in my family, bro. Not one. And
Okay.
I'm just being honest. Like
Yeah.
for
Shit.
real. Like I haven't found it. You know what I'm saying? So like I'm not gonna come up here and lie and be like, oh, my family was slaves and we come from no.
Right.
I haven't found one, bro. So how can I come up here and say that? You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
I gotta be honest with my
Yeah.
brothers. You know? So
Right.
yeah, I haven't found one. So no, I'm not about to come up here and act as if I'm a victim and saying, oh, my family was slaves and y'all did this and that. No, bro. No, I haven't found not one. So I'm gonna
Right.
stand on that. Is that okay?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Because that's your history. Like that's your history. Just like a white person is going to have the same testimony, and like a Puerto Rican going to say the same thing. Now that that's out the way, are you foundational? Are you FBA?
I am foundational. Matter of fact, let's be real with this. Foundational is look when it come down to the FBA thing, the foundational part is where I can, you know what I'm saying? That's where like I can stand on that. Like, yeah, we are. We are the foundation of this place. You know why we are the foundation of this place? Is because this is where we were from the beginning. We come from the soil. So yeah, we are the foundation. Ain't nobody can't tell me no different. Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Yes,
So
sir.
now,
I agree with that.
okay. So here's the thing to that. So foundational doesn't mean the first people here, because we're talking about um obviously indigenous people were here before white people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why. So the terminology for people who were here before white people, they call it the pre-colonial era. The terminology for those people will be indigenous,
Exactly.
right? Right. So, but they won't be foundational. They'll be indigenous. Foundational
That
people will be the people that came here at or at some point were forced to build literally the foundation of what we know as America today. Like, for example, like indigenous people lived the land, the soil, like you said. Like they didn't really
mm-hmm.
have buildings, they didn't have railroad tracks, they didn't
Oh
have
no, no, no,
clear.
no, no. You
Wait,
can't
hold
say
on,
that,
just
bro.
wait, hold on.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Just,
I'm
just,
sorry. I didn't mean to
just hear
cut
me,
you. I didn't mean to cut
just
you.
hear me
Go
out.
ahead.
So railroads, let's do one by one. Railroad tracks. Were there railroad tracks here before Europeans?
Yeah,
So,
Stop the
yeah.
so there
cap.
were, okay, hold on. So there were trains throughout America before Europeans.
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
so and
Stop the
Have
cap.
you
hold
ever
on.
heard of
Okay,
a superhighway? My
wait,
bad, my
we
bad,
can
my
look at
bad.
it. We're gonna
No,
no, we're
no,
gonna look it
no.
all up. We're gonna look it all up. Okay, so now steam and coal is used. Energy is used to run these railroads, right? These trains, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
That was yeah back then. Yeah,
okay,
I don't know
so
what
I'm
they're
trying to piece
using
it
now,
together.
but yeah. Yes,
Okay,
yes,
right,
sir.
right.
Let's walk.
Well,
Let's walk.
right.
Let's walk.
Well,
Thank you.
got it. So right now we're dealing with nuclear energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so thanks to chemistry, right, and nuclear fission, right? But okay, so iron. So they had steel mills and they had coal mines. I'm guessing, right? So these indigenous people had. So to have trains and railroad tracks, you need steel mills, you need coal mines. So indigenous people were doing coal mines. They was in the business of coal mines and steel mills before with to make the railroad tracks. Because I don't know if you ever read on how the railroad tracks was built. I'm well aware of all of that, right? So steel mills, coal mines, a lot of that is how the railroad tracks came together, how
A
the
lot of
train
that
got.
happened in the 1900s
Okay,
or the late 1800s. Late 1800s.
that's not what we're talking about. You're mixing
Okay. All right.
again.
No, no, I
You're
ain't
not
mixing
you're
nothing. Okay. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm
okay.
gonna be quiet. You got it, G.
Railroad. Okay, no, don't be quiet. Railroads. Are we gonna look that up next, or you're conceding on that point? You said there were trains chewing before the colonizers. So now you're standing on that, or you're gonna backtrack?
Well, I do know that when the railroads were built, we were not the only ones, right? We did.
Who was?
Hold on.
Wait. Hey,
See,
bro,
see,
you're
you
just
cut me
saying
off,
right.
and you're not even gonna let me
Yeah,
explain. You're
I
not even.
gotta cut you off because you're saying we, and I don't know who this we is, and then you're saying we were not the only ones. My guy, stop speaking in vague terms and ambiguous, and tell who the we is, and tell who are the other people. That's so. When I talk, I would say, hey,
Us
the
and
Russians did
Asians.
so on.
Us,
Huh?
us and Asians, okay? Us
Hey,
and Asians.
wait.
Side by
Asians.
side. We
Wait, hey, my guy. Asian
No,
is a
no, no,
race, my guy.
no.
That's a
okay, and
race.
is it not black a race?
No, black not a fucking race. Black is an
I
ethnicity, my guy. Asians are
bro.
race. Asians is Japanese, Chinese people, Samoans, Hawaiians,
All
Filipinos.
right,
That's a
so
race.
can I say the
No,
Negro then?
what people?
Is
No,
that okay?
what?
Oh, that's
No,
the
no, what?
problem. Is that we don't
Okay,
have our own, bro. Like, what are
yeah,
you getting mad at me
the,
for, bro?
yeah,
Like
because
for
you're
real,
being
bro. I'm
foolish.
only trying to.
Hey, my
No,
guy.
I'm not being,
Hey, my guy. Do you
bro.
mean Chinese people? Do you mean Chinese people?
Did you hear what I said?
Do you mean Chinese people were us alongside of us? Is that what you meant?
Did you did you hear what I said?
Okay. So this dude called in to apologize just to be a bigger fool. He's saying Asians. That could be Japanese. That could be Filipinos. That could be Chinese. So I'm trying to hold him down to who's alongside of us. He keeps saying we. I don't believe there's a we. He made that very clear that he didn't lay the foundation. So I'm like, no, you're them. You're the other people. But I need you
Bro,
to
I'm
explain.
talking about the
Hey,
Chinese people. Yeah,
okay,
they
hey
was
bro,
right
hey
there.
bro, hey bro. Do you know they started their project in the 1880s, my guy?
Okay. We
You
already
know
had the landmarks.
we
That's what I'm
started
trying to
ours?
say to you.
Hey bro. Do you know we? Okay. See, this is what he did yesterday. But whoever missed this guy yesterday, this is what he did yesterday. He say stupid shit. Is completely retarded and bogus. Is disrespectful. Is anti-lineage. Chinese. We weren't the only ones. This dude's talking about 200-300
Bro,
years later.
stop.
No, I can't. I can't let you just rant and ramble.
Man, fuck out of here, bro.
Okay. All right. Let me kick you off again. Okay. Continue with the show. Yeah, family. Now you witness a cosplaying tether. So Chad, if you're listening, we got him. So I was upset yesterday, family, because the guy, we didn't drill him on is he foundation or not. He said that he can't find no people in his genealogical records that were in slavery. So I asked Chad yesterday, so how's he foundational then? So now he's making up some new foundation. The dude, no, the foundation you're talking about is what the indigenous people laid out for themselves. They were on the soil. No, wait, that's not foundational. Foundational is actually clear. And by the way, you'll never be able to call back in. All right. So just know that you'll never be able to call back in. I got what I want to get out. We got you to admit that you don't have no ancestors in this country, no family members that went through U.S. chattel slavery. You're not foundational, my guy. Okay, I don't know. So that was cosplayer number one. Somebody's calling in. That was cosplayer number one as FBA, but don't have any ancestors that were foundational. Here's cosplayer number two, the Jamaican FBA. Hopefully it's revenue. Revenue, call in, man. Tremaine Brown. You can mute Tremaine Brown.
Yeah, I'm here, brother.
How you doing?
I'm all right. What's going on with you?
Not much. You listening from the chat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How you doing? Are you new? You a new chat member? Chat
Not
viewer?
exactly. I liked and subscribed. I don't know why they keep on kicking me off.
Well, who's kicking you off? Okay, YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why. I guess they try to make everybody pay for something. I don't know. Promotions or whatever. If it's free, they're gonna take the notification bell off. All type of weird stuff. Shadow ban.
Try something. Yeah, to make sure that we funnel us over to pay for it. I get you, brother.
Right. Oh yeah. They doing that. It's ain't no free. It's a free platform, but to be seen is going to cost.
Mm-hmm. So you guys were speaking about. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No. I was gonna say next they're gonna have you. They're gonna charge the creators to keep subscribers. So every subscriber gonna be like $1.
Yeah,
$1 a month.
Hey, don't give them any ideas now. But last thing I heard before I joined was you guys were talking about Martin Luther King, and I was really trying to listen to the Jamaican or the Islander brother that was speaking about Martin Luther King.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, so you were trying to see where he was going?
Yeah, I wanted to hear his thought out.
Okay. That's just a bit much.
Did you look that up, by the way, Brad? Did you look up the definition, by the way?
Yeah, I did. And because
What did it say?
you know, when Indianapolis was here, I was doing Pan-Africanism. Therefore, should unite in pursuit of freedom, dignity, and self-determination. Hold on, it says key points inside the definition. Unity. Africans everywhere.
Because I feel like they're just going in circles because they don't have a clear idea of what they're even arguing about. Like, okay, having a point to argue about it, that's one thing, but where does that fit? You know, where does that fit in the context of things?
Hey, bro, if you ask 10 different Pan-Africans, you'll get 10 different founders. Like, they literally have no idea. And then guess what? Guess what? If you study a little bit, you can like muddy the waters and throw a different name in, and they'll be like, yeah, you're right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro, I've done that
that's
before.
What I'm saying. I don't get
They'll
it.
say somebody is. I'll throw a name in it, like, yeah, him too. Like, yeah, but he's 100 years. He's 100 years before that guy. So which one is the founder? Is bro? They're all over the place with this one.
And that's what I'm saying, bro. We're paying attention, and these people, we're just gonna be caught up in a circle too. Because what are we trying to solve at the end of the day? We trying to be positive and you know, and take a step forward together. But like some conversations are just made for us to go at each other's necks.
Nah, that's impossible.
I said
so
some.
I said
some. I didn't say every.
But not in this context. Every conversation must be had that we're talking about. All right, because of narrative, right? People are trying to control the narrative to who we are and who we're not. So they'll say we're a hate group, and then they'll gaslight and straw man and give us arguments we never said. Oh,
exactly,
you said this.
But
you
we
said
know
that. Right. So you better. You better see, and that's the thing. I don't know how strong you are with American Black history. You can't be strong at all. When you let things go, it turns to 100 years of Jim Crow. It turns to housing discrimination, zoning laws, HOLC. Like I said, you don't really know, so you don't know that you got to numb things. You got to neutralize things as soon as they start. That's why the Jews say never again. And if you sneeze anti-Semitism, they're coming at you. Or the LGBT community. Nobody's going to allow nobody to oppress them in any way, shape, form. Why would we say, no, okay, we're the punching bag? No, same energy. Don't say one thing about us. And that's why we're asking for a hate crime, my guy. So nobody can sneeze anti-FBA stuff. So yeah, no, you don't want nobody to start punching on you, because then everybody be punching on you. Then you'll be punching yourselves. Then we'll have another 100 years of Jim Crow. Not happening. No, we're not going to allow nobody to talk bad about.
So I want to ask you something. I want to ask you. So are you? So when you say foundational Black American, what does that mean to you? Does that mean you're a native?
Well, in some cases, we're native to the United States. Yeah.
So would you guys not? You guys wouldn't be the Native Americans?
Yeah, in a sense. Well, I mean, in our words, we'll say Native Black Americans because we're native to the United States.
Now I want to ask you, do you understand about the trickery about these fake Native Americans that they depicted through Hollywood as the red people?
You talking about the $5 Indians? You talking about?
Essentially, but even in media,
so
they show it like these
right.
Like, okay,
I'm helping you out. You're talking about the recipients of the Racial Integrity Act in 1924, right? Paper genocide.
What year?
The Racial Integrity Act of 1924, paper genocide. You're talking about the recipients of the paper genocide in.
Exactly. Right.
So I'm with you.
And so I don't know if you remember the conversation from last time, but that leads into the great migration of when we were Indians and putting us into the projects, into the ghettos. And the civil rights is what made us turn from Indian to Black. So that is where I say that
the civil rights ain't turn you into. I mean, No, there was a 400-year-old ethnogenesis that so forget about the name. The name is really irrelevant because the name can change, but the ethnogenesis is the same. So there was a 400-year-old ethnogenesis that created a people that share the same history, same cultural background, same suffrage, same accomplishments for 400 plus years. Those people were practiced endogamy, where endogamy means endo means uh, inward, and agamy means or means gami means marriage. So they only married themselves. They did not go outside of that. So they didn't go outside of that and find people on the reserves or the tribes. They only practiced marriages with themselves, and they were on the plantations, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for 250 years. Then these people went through Black Reconstruction 100 years by themselves exclusively. Everybody else was no longer in that. So anybody who escaped chattel slavery was on the reserves or somewhere else. So they don't have that same experience. They don't have that ethnogenesis. They went through something else. But those people that shared that 400-year history, starting from chattel slavery, 1600, maybe a little earlier, those people till today are have the same ethnogenesis. So no matter what you call them, Indians, FBA, they're the same people. They're of the same lineage. Now,
Okay.
so now the matter of name, people can always, propose a name, right? And then the majority rules. Majority, if they think that's the name, that's the name.
Yeah, of
That's how that
course.
works.
Yeah, but how do I explain this to you? Like are you aware of Martin Luther King saying towards the end of his career that he felt like he led his people into a burning building?
Yeah, I actually got that full video. I
Oh,
know
okay,
the
perfect,
context where he was.
perfect.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
want to
So
play for the audience?
I know the right. Yeah, but what that? Okay, so Martin, listen. There's no leader of the lineage. Like we have spokesmen. You have people who represent. You got representatives, and Dr. King was one of them. He was one of many. Okay, so Dr. King did a lot of questionable things that a lot of us wouldn't. Like for example, Dr. King was pro immigration. A. Philip Randolph, you know who he is?
I'm sorry, who?
Do you know what A. Philip Randolph is?
You spoke low. I heard Randolph is the
A.
last name.
A. Philip Randolph.
A. Philip Randolph.
Right. Okay, that was Dr.
Not
King
familiar.
mentor. Like, yeah, he gave Dr.
Oh,
King
he's
the
the one who gave
idea,
him the name Martin Luther.
and yeah,
Oh,
and so family, that was wrong. A. Philip Randolph didn't name Dr. King. I don't know where he got that from, some conspiracy, small hat, conspiracy, whatever, but that was wrong. The idea
behind
to
the
go march
Protestant
on
nigga
Washington.
in Europe.
Okay, well, that don't matter. Don't matter. I'm not sure if he did that. I'm not aware of that history, but the bottom line is that A. Philip Randolph was an immigration restrictionist, right? And he was Dr. King's mentor. And Dr. King, do you know what immigrant restrictionist is?
Immigrant, what?
Restrictionist.
Yeah, somebody that's like wants to limit immigration.
Right, to zero. Do you
Yeah.
know? So Dr. King was the opposite. I'm only pointing out Dr. King was a representative of the lineage, and so was A. Philip Randolph, and they disagreed on immigration. So Dr. King doing one thing don't have anything to do with me or anybody in the chat or you, unless you agree with it. So people still gonna be human beings, and they're gonna be Christian. I ain't a Christian. Dr. King Christian. Matter of fact, half the chat nobody's a Christian, and they're
Yeah,
probably against it. Okay, but yeah, so just because people see, we have a common goal, and in that common goal, people have differences in ideologies on other things, but we're not uniting on those ideologies, those different ideologies. We're uniting on the common goal,
oh,
which is
but
delineation,
the common goal or the
reparations.
truth?
The who?
Because a lot of people can have common
Before?
goals, but it might not all match up. But the one thing that sets us all free is the truth.
Hmm? All right, well, hold on 1 second. Okay, say it one more time. I missed that.
I was saying that, yeah, like, what do you, would you feel that that's like the best possible answer to give, or more a better answer?
So real quick, Dr. King original name was Michael, after his father, right? King Sr., his dad, in 1934, traveled to Germany for a Baptist World Alliance meeting. Uh, Inspired by the Protestant reformers' courage against authority, King Sr., Martin Dr. King's father, both his son, his father changed both his name and his son's name to Martin Luther King, right? So that was officially amended in 1957. So nobody named Dr. King or Martin Luther King. Only his father did, not some conspiracy theory that these idiots like to run over the internet. Okay. So his dad renamed himself and his son Martin Luther King, inspired by the Protestant Martin Luther work. Okay, just a fact check.
Would be to oh my God, I just lost it. Would it be a better oh well, yeah, just move on.
Okay, let's start right here. I think this question is important. Do you trace your ancestors to U.S. chattel slavery?
U.S. chattel slavery? No, sir. It doesn't go to.
Okay, you're not
US
FBA, right? You're not. Yeah, you're not FBA.
I definitely, I'm definitely am.
Okay.
But
No, you're not. Okay, wait. So, what does the F stand in? What does the F stand for?
Foundational.
Right, and define what we mean by foundational.
That you're from here, born here.
Nah, that's not. Nah, see, that's not. Okay, now ask me what do we mean by foundational?
That you guys started this country, or before it was robbed from France and Spain and
England? We literally laid the foundation for the infrastructure of America. So everything you see, the skyscrapers, the railroad tracks, all the mills and everything in this country that you could physically that was built on top of the land. We laid the foundation for anything to be built. We cleared the land. You familiar with that expression, cleared the land?
We did more than that. We had kingdoms.
Wait, hold up. No. You didn't clear the land, because you said your ancestors didn't. You can't trace them to U.S. chattel slavery, right?
I mean, you don't know the history. So
no, but
if you want me to enlighten you on the history of why I'm foundational Black American, then I can give it to you.
Wait, hold on. Wait, before we do that, you had questions for me, right? I answered them. I got questions for you now. So I didn't give you a story. I answered questions. Don't give me a story. And then once I got a few questions for you. Then after that, you can go ahead and talk. Okay. So now, foundational. When we say this, why you're not foundational to us, to me or nobody in the chat and nobody in their right mind. Because for us, foundation means literally laying the foundation what had became to the United States of America. So that means the economy, our slave labor, cotton, rice, tobacco, the railroad tracks that helped win the Civil War, because the North was able to get extra troops, get extra supplies that the South couldn't do, because North controlled the railroad tracks. So all of those things, the steel mills, to making the racks, to making the tracks, the steel that was used in the steel mills, the coal mines to provide energy for the trains, the steam and everything. That was all of our labor in America light years before a white man came into the country to add to what was already built in the late 1800s, 1880s to be exact. Before any Irish man, before any Italian man, all those things, there were a foundation that was already laid almost 300 years before anybody came into this country as a new immigrant. All right.
What about 200 years before that?
Right. It was just us working. Okay, back to that. It was Black Americans working the land. Cotton,
so what were the Americans called before?
Sugar.
What were the Black Americans called? Let's give them a name.
Okay, wait. Well, I told you that we were those that was enslaved. They were renamed as Negro in color.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now you're back asking me questions.
Okay.
So nah. Those are people from those different people. Now, Let me ask
How
you
are
this.
those different people? So what am I going to have to
No.
do?
Wait. It's my turn to ask questions. You asked a
Okay,
couple
go ahead,
questions.
go ahead.
Now, I need you to tell me now you can't trace your. Now, I already said I know you're not foundational. You admit you're not. But let's entertain you. How are your people that didn't go through a 400-year
Okay,
plus
yeah. So all
ethnicity?
Jamaicans
How
are
are your
from.
people? Huh?
So yeah, so all Jamaicans and all Haitians and I want to say about like a third of the Spaniards. I want to say like Dominican, and they were brought to those islands.
Wait,
They just didn't live
Jamaicans?
there, huh?
Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, bro, where?
Well, I'm Jamaican, so just hear me out.
Oh, okay.
Hear me
Right,
out.
but you're not telling me, bro. You're not telling me, bro. I'm thinking you're saying America.
Yes, you were brought from
Okay.
America to Jamaica, to the islands.
Okay. What year?
You're a lying, babbling tether who's living.
What? Just hear me out.
Oh.
Islands, and I want to say about like a third of the Spaniards. I want to say like Dominican, and they were brought to those islands.
Wait,
They just didn't live
Jamaicans?
there, huh?
Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, bro, where?
Well, I'm Jamaican, so just
Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you? Oh. No, so, you know what I'm saying? That you done fucked up now, you know that, don't you? You know you done fucked up, don't you? You know it, don't you? No, you done fucked up.
Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, bro, where?
Well, I'm Jamaican, so just hear me out.
Oh, okay.
Hear me
Right,
out.
but you're not telling me, bro. You're not telling me, bro. I'm thinking you're saying America.
Yes, you were brought from
Okay.
America to Jamaica, to the islands.
Okay. What year?
What? Like 1780, 1751.
Okay.
It's when France, Spain,
Hey,
and
bro,
English.
got it. Anybody who did not, I mean, it's real simple.
So who are the
There's a real
Buffalo
term.
Soldiers? So
Hey, bro,
were the Jamaicans not the Buffalo Soldiers?
I don't know what a Jamaican was. That's not my history. That's your history. All I
So
know is that okay, dude, you just said who you are.
what are you bringing to the
So if
table?
you're
I am.
right, so if you're okay, be proud to be a Jamaican. You're not me, I'm not you. It's okay. We still could be allies and have a relationship, but you're not me. Like that part, I reject. Like you're not foundational. You're not a foundational Black
You can
American.
reject it
You're
all you
not
want, brother.
Adolf.
You're still wrong.
So
But
okay. I
we
mean,
can
well,
come
you
at
can
that
cosplay.
conversation later.
Okay, well, you can cosplay all you want. Like to me, I disrespect
No,
you to
no, no.
cosplay as one of us. Are you a part of the Arawak Nation, by the way?
No.
Right.
Is that where the Jamaicans come from?
Well, that's where you tell us to be lying. You like to. That's why now I see why you so focused on Indians. Tariq already said
No,
that a lot of you guys.
you're the one who's telling me
Uh,
you're not focused on Indians, but you gave me a correct Indian term name. So now I'm looking at you sideways. So what do you know about us being Indian then? Why were
bro,
you
you
downplaying it?
hey, bro, if you're a Jamaican Indian, that you're I don't know a coolie. I don't know what they call you guys or a coolie. If you're that great, be proud, and I hope CARICOM wins their case and get reparations and become great.
When did I ever say we were better than you?
I
Is
never
that
said. I
coming
said I
across?
wish you. No, you act like you were me. That's the problem, and that's where I got offended at. You act like you were me.
I
I asked you,
mean,
were
you
you
can get all.
foundational Black American in America? You said yes, and then you say you're Jamaican. I'm like, God damn. So didn't Jamaica get its independence in 1962?
Yeah, but when were they brought to the island? Were they
I don't.
originally on the island? They were never originally on the island. They were brought from the
Hey,
Americas,
bro.
brother.
What that mean? What that
That
mean?
means what does that mean when black people are from America and they were brought to
No, 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 no,
Jamaica?
no, 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 no.
What does that
Okay,
mean?
hey, bro.
I'm
Hey, hold
asking
on.
you, what does that
Got it,
mean?
got it. No, right. Okay, let's talk about it. You said Black people. There's no such thing as Black people before 1960. You just made that shit up.
So, so you're waiting
Yeah,
on me
you
on
just
both
made that
sides
up.
of the spectrum, brother?
No, you're revising history. You're going back in history and you're calling people our name that we made up in 1960. The English word BLACK. Nobody before 1960 were calling themselves black as a primary standalone ethnic name, bro. That's our stuff, right? You
So
didn't
when
call
I
it, just like
asked you
1804.
before,
There was no Haitian before 1804. So go ahead with what you were
exactly, they
saying.
were
Go
the
ahead.
Sanchez, they
Right,
were the Natchez Indians.
right. And well, I don't care what you call them. They weren't black, right? They weren't black people, right?
Black people weren't even black people by by your own terminology. So what's your point?
Bruh.
You call people black that were not black, and I just corrected you. That's all.
Okay, that's what you. Okay, so if you're correcting me on that, then let's say what were black people called before, or if not
So,
Indian?
bro,
What term would
all
you
right.
like me to use to make sure we're on the same
So
page, brother?
let me say this. To me, it's irrelevant because they were all exonymic terms, meaning the colonizers was coming up redefining people who already called themselves something. The colonizers was coming behind people, disrespecting the indigenous people, and calling them their colonized from modern terms that had negative connotations behind them. So what the colonizers called people is irrelevant. Now, what people call themselves
It is irrelevant. You're
prior to
trying to
that,
downplay the most important part of it. Why are
what's
you
the
trying
most
to
important
Why are you
part?
trying to downplay the most important part of it?
What's the most
Expose the
important
lie
part? What lie?
that 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 black people were brought from over here to Jamaica.
All
Like,
right,
where
go
did they
ahead.
come
Look,
from?
break it down. Look. I'm gonna go on mute. You break it down. Go ahead.
Okay, like I was saying, uh, even when Bob Marley was even exclaiming that about the Buffalo Soldiers, when Europe, when Spain, English, and France first came over here, we were the first sanction. We had two kingdoms over here that they destroyed. First, when you annex somebody, do you know what a sanction is? It's basically creating an open air prison. Basically, they blockade so uh, no aid or no food or no trade can go in or out without their uh, without their permission. Now, it'd be okay if you only had one nation that we were going against, but we were going against three. So they were killing our buffalo and they were killing our food sources. So how are the Jamaicans, Buffalo Soldiers in Jamaica? Did they what travel over from Jamaica to America? No, it happened in reverse. That means that we were protecting the buffalo alongside of the tribe of Yehuda, with the tribe of you guys. So that means we were both on the same continent together. We're on the same plane. So when they started winning, and when they started winning, and even before when they linked it with British to start annexing us and taking us to the islands, to Jamaica and to Haiti and to all those other places, like I was telling you beforehand, they divided up the islands, right, and places on there. That's why I was trying to let you know that how if we were already fighting with you guys on the uh, on the main continent in the two kingdoms that we had in the Americas when we were the Americans, Indians, how is it that now it's disrespectful because we're the same just because you not well just because certain people lack history on both sides. I'm not just saying on your side, even on our side, like even hearing some Jamaicans even being fooled with the Pan-Africanism. They were fooled. A lot of them are fooled by Marcus Garvey or Freemasons because a lot of British people have a lot of dirty hands in Jamaica. But basically, that was I'm just over explaining it how the Jamaicans are actually from the Americas. Same thing with the Haitians. They didn't come. There's a huge like FBI plot to have us go from the Pan-Africanism. It's nothing new underneath the sun. It happened back then, and it's happening again. It's just showing up its ugly face again. And I rest my case. That's all I have to say.
All right. So you identify as what, Jamaican?
Shit, I don't identify myself as none of that.
But you just called yourself Jamaican.
Well, that If we understand that the letter J never existed,
Oh my God!
what the fuck
Before
is
when?
Jamaican?
Before when? My God, no. How about that?
Yes.
With that
Yes, I
said,
could be called
okay,
Jamaican.
cool.
Is the
Right.
proper
So aren't
name?
you
No.
okay? Cool. So aren't you tied? I mean, shit, I could be called African American. Is that the proper or Negro color? Is that the proper name? No, but those were exonyms given to my people in America that we reject today. But it's still part of our history. Now, Jamaica. So your lineage, your people got y'all independence in 1962, right?
So-called. Yep.
Right. And your people was part of the West Indies Federation in what, 1954?
Yep.
And why that didn't work?
I don't know.
You don't know your history?
Oh, I know my history. I just proven it, didn't I?
Well, tell me. No, you just yeah, you don't know how to. All right, well, let me ask you this: Are you familiar with the Windrush ship?
The Windrush ship. Can you jog my memory?
When you guys went to the UK to help keep afloat the UK when they
The
fought in
same
World
thing
War
with
II.
Cuba. The same thing with yeah. I'm familiar with it,
Damn.
but I don't know the intricate details. But yes, if you can
Okay.
enlighten me on what your context is, please do.
I'm just trying to piece together like what you know about your own history, because you're telling me some ancient 1600 stuff and you don't know 2026 stuff.
Well, I know about the
That's
true
weird.
history. I don't worry about where the
Yeah,
people are tripping
but you
to
don't
going.
know. Yeah. Okay, listen, brother.
So what do I talk
You
to?
you have the right to identify yourself as what you see fit. Okay, and but you don't. So how you identify today? Indian, Jamaican, what?
Israelite from the tribe of Benjamin.
Oh my God!
Okay. Shalom.
Shalom.
All right.
Well, as you know, those fake Jews, they stole our shit, and they tricked us into making the fake lands, make us think it's in the Middle East.
All right.
But that's
Okay.
for another
Fine.
time. That's for another time.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. That you maybe want to join Brother Garfield podcast for that and for that conversation. Yeah. Yeah. Write that down. The Brother Garfield podcast. He debate that shit all day long. That's a guy you want to argue that stuff about. Him.
I don't like arguing. I like having a debate
Nah,
and
well,
then see where
I'm
we
saying
can.
arguing. I'm saying arguing.
Oh.
But I'm saying that's they talk
Stop
about
the
that
cap.
all day long. That his channel is definitely geared to that what you're talking about. And sometimes he might bring some data to corroborate your story. Sometimes he might think your data is false, and it's a conversation, not really a debate. You're having a conversation with the guy. It only becomes a debate when you say you're right, he says he right. Obviously, it's a debate now. Because now you got to compare,
Hey, I'm a man who
contrast
realizes both of us can be right,
information.
and I like to fine tune exactly.
All right.
And I can admit when I'm wrong.
All right, now I would just okay. All right. Well, over here, bro, my channel is called FBA News and Updates, and we don't mind allying with other people.
Hey, I'm over
But
here.
we don't
There's a
want
reason I'm over here.
No.
right. But we don't. I'm gonna tell you right now. You won't get far allying with FBA's Adolf Freedmen, Salon people, whatever they call themselves. You're not gonna Foundation for Freedmen American. You're not gonna go far pretending to be one of us. They're gonna immediately reject you. Once you say you're one of us, and then disclose you're Jamaican, fooled you niggas, I'm Jamaican type shit, they're gonna immediately like excommunicate your ass.
Yeah, y'all ain't shit.
I'm just saying.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing where I know I have it all day. Like all we have to do is go in history to see if I'm talking bullshit. And then we're going we're going to have a conversation when they find out that I'm speaking the truth.
Now look, I'm gonna call you on that. All right, look, I got a little bit left in this video. Stick around, all right? Because
yes. I know there's probably many more people.
Yeah, stick around. I'm gonna play the rest of this video. It's like a little bit left, and of course you didn't stick around. Now we know this. I didn't even entertain that stupid shit The old me would have went down a rabbit hole, but let's look at it together. This is a classical case of cultural cross-wiring. While the Jamaican man's claim has a tiny grain of individual possibility, as a historical collective statement, it is factually incorrect. The Buffalo Soldiers were a specific product of the foundational Black American FBA experience. These guys, oh my God, they cosplay. They were the military manifestation of the transition from property to protector within the United States. Here is the breakdown why this claim is a myth and how the confusion likely started. The origin of a specific U.S. mandate, 1866. The Buffalo Soldiers were established by the Army Reorganization Act of 1866. This was a U.S. federal law passed specifically to integrate Black men into the peacetime regular army following the Civil War. The recruitment pool. The original members were almost exclusively U.S. freedmen.
Oh my God!
The original members were almost exclusively U.S. freedmen, formerly enslaved Black Americans who we call ADOS FBA today, and Black veterans who had served in the United States colored troops, USCT, during the Civil War. The intent, this was a domestic U.S. project, domestic, not foreign. At this time, Jamaica was a British colony under strict crown rule. A Jamaican man in 1866 was a British subject. Okay, not a candidate for a newly formed U.S. segregated regiment on the American frontier. The source of the myth, the Marley effect, right? So the primary reason many Jamaicans and people globally believe there is a direct Jamaican connection to the Buffalo Soldiers is Bob Marley's 1983 hit song Buffalo Soldier, which he actually referenced. All right, so the lyrical metaphor in the song, Marley sings, stolen from Africa, brought, hear that stolen part, stolen from Africa. You weren't stolen from Africa, my guy. You were enslaved by Africans and sold by Africans. Stolen from Africa, brought to America, fighting on arrival, fighting for survival. He was using the Buffalo Soldier as a Pan-African symbol of the Black man's struggle, well, the African man's struggle in the diaspora. The misinterpretation. Because the song is a Jamaican anthem, many people have mistakenly assumed the soldiers themselves were Jamaican. Marley was honoring the spirit of Foundation Black American warriors, right? As he should, but he wasn't claiming their lineage, right? So conflation with the West Indian regiments. The Jamaican man might be confusing the Buffalo Soldiers with the West Indian regiments, WIR. These were units of the British Army composed of Black soldiers, Foundation Black Americans, and Caribbean born, who served from 1795 to 1927. They wore distinct Zouave uniforms and were stationed throughout the Caribbean and Africa. The difference, while the WIR were could be Jamaican in the white man's army, similar to Buffalo Soldiers, they were serving the British Empire, not the United States. Okay, so is it possible one Jamaican man, and look, it says individual. Could it be possible one individual Jamaican had been a Buffalo Soldier? Possibly, yeah. By the 19th century and the 20th centuries, there were small numbers of Caribbean immigrants in the U.S. We keep telling them that. You were not in here in significant numbers. If a Jamaican man had immigrated to America, established residency, and enlisted in the U.S. Army, he could have been assigned to the 9th or 10th Cavalry, right? However, he would have been an outlier, not the origin of the group. He would have been assimilating into a pre-existing FBA institution. Okay, so it says you can tell your audience that this is another example of lineage blur, which we say cosplaying or tethering. Just because a group is of African descent doesn't mean their histories are interchangeable. Claiming Jamaicans were Buffalo Soldiers is like saying Black Americans were the ones who led the Haitian Revolution. Both are historic. Both are heroic histories of people of African descent in arms, but they belong to distinct lineages. The Buffalo Soldiers is a debt receipt owned by the foundational Black American. Bob Marley just sang the soundtrack to our bravery. All right. So Bob Marley was praising us, and Tethers took that as they're one of us. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey Ron, what's good, man? Hey, hey, is this is this other guy still on?
Nah, that was actually yesterday. You
Oh,
guys
there
be
was
missing the callers, yeah.
okay, my bad, cause I was about to get on here and crush this man, bro. What my question for all of these immigrants? Here's my ultimate question. What is it that they're trying to gain? It's getting to the point. It's getting to the point, man. What is their motive? What are you? Why are you guys trying to attach to us so hard? What is it significantly that's significant about foundational Black Americans? Why you guys are trying to attach so hard? There has to be something spiritual to this. I hate to get all spiritual and biblical, but I'm thinking it's something more than this, man. I'm really because I've never met a group of people who are trying so hard to attach themselves to us and hate us at the same time. It's almost like a sick fetish.
Yeah, my man, I didn't normally I would entertain rabbit holes, but I want to focus on what he said earlier. So he's Jamaican, and because Bob Marley sung about what we did over here, that entitles him to the lineage. And yeah, by the way, yesterday I was in and out because I was at like my kid's school function, 4 years old. Like they had like an after school thing, and it was loud music. So I really couldn't what I mean, I kept leaving where they were to go in the front without the music. So it was like I couldn't really engage the way I wanted to with the guy. That's why I went on mute. I let him go because the music was just blasting.
Okay. Yeah, man. Because even
Yeah.
though I don't chime in during the daytime, bro, I'm literally listening to you from the time you come on to like late at night, like right before you get off. So I'm always on, man. I just don't dial in as much. But I'm gonna hop off, man. I'm at work, but I'm still tuned in.
Okay. You see, now that should be inspiration for contrarian thinker in the chat. He's going to educate us on how the white man called us black, and he's going to educate us on West African being called Sudan by white people, something like that. So, contrarian thinker, you can click the link. You dig? You can explain 2-3 minutes without any interruption what you think as far as the black thing. And then if you want to stay on after you explain, you can hang up right away, which shows that you're dodging dialogue. But you can explain your 2-3 minutes straight, no interruption. And then once you're done, allow me to critique your evidence in a dialogue. All right. So when you're ready, when you grow some heart, you can click that link. All right. So introduce yourself to the chat so they know who's talking.
What's up, unbiased? Long time no hear.
Yes, sir. What's going on?
What's going on?
All right. So I'm gonna go on mute because you gave some comments on a video or some stuff I said about black. So I'm gonna go on mute, let you go in for as long as you want. Just let me know you're done.
No. We ain't got to go in. Can you show your just you can go to Wikipedia. I want you to look at it yourself. Go to Negro land.
I don't know why you guys don't think I don't know this about this in advance, but okay.
I didn't say you didn't know about this. I didn't say that.
Okay. I mean, so I would be crazy to say what I say, knowing the things that you know, right? So that means my conclusion is just terrible. All right. So Negro land.
So what do Negro mean?
Well, no, it's not about what things mean. See, that's the problem. It's how it's applied. Hey, brother, that's the mistake I make. It's not about what things mean. It's how they were applied. So when a white man called people negro,
Yeah.
there was a definition tied to it. It ain't just mean a color and it ain't just mean a color, right? It meant people were inferior, people were deserving of slavery, people it had nothing but negative connotations behind it. So let me help you out. Colors don't have negative connotations. Colors just describe nouns. There's no negative or positivity behind a color. It just describes nouns. It gives it a color. The black car, the red car. Colors don't have a negative or positive definition. So when a white man, European man, was calling people Negro, he took color out of his context and placed it with a negative definition. And that negative definition was inferior, people worthy of slaves. The Arabics used Bilad al-Sudan, and that was a sinner, somebody who's dreadful and worthy of slavery. So everybody was labeling dark-skinned people around the world with by a color in their language, and they added a new definition. It's called a connotation. So they added negative connotations toward those words. So we can't look back now and say Negro means black and Sudan means black, and that's what it meant when they called people Sudan and Negro. No, that's not why they called them. They thought dark skin was inferior, and nobody can deny that. So that's why when we speak words, we got to speak it in context of how it was applied, not just a mere translation. The French called the Haitians Noir, and they had the Noir code, similar to black codes in America. And they didn't call them Noir because they respected them and they strong and fierce people. They called them Noir because, again, they thought their skin was equivalent to inferiority, and because they're inferior, their only role in life should be a slave. So they equated dark skin to inferiority and servitude, not just a color.
Well, why do you think they calling it Negro land right there?
Okay, so if I could freestyle, I know Negro land was ships that was taken and redirected and dropped. I think these ships were after 1808 or before, but I know that they were.
I'm asking you, why are they calling it Negro land right there in your language?
Right. Okay, so we could read it, but if I got a freestyle, you're asking me because they seen these people, they was coming as slaves. And then instead of coming to it, well, I can click it. You just asked me what it means. Let's click it. Let's click it. Okay, where we at? Oh, right here. Click it. No.
No, go hit the Wikipedia source where it says source it.
Oh, right here. I see it. Okay. All right. So Negro land, Negrita, is an archaic term in European mapping, referring to Europeans' descriptions of West Africans as an area populated with Negroes. Right? We can look at Negroes next. Negroes was a negative term to them.
You don't know what Negroes mean, man? You gotta stop this. Now read
where
it say this area.
Hold on. Hey, bro. Bro, you just said you don't know what Negro mean. I just explained that Negro had a negative connotation. Is that true or false?
It depends on what you mean.
Okay, so when white people call people,
stop.
No, wait.
I want you to slow down.
But you had me. You addressed something. You said I don't know what it means. I just explained it, and you just didn't hear it.
I'm trying to.
So let me just say this. So we're gonna go past it. I'm gonna see it. Can we agree? Wait. We're going to go past. Let's deal with Negro for 2 seconds. When white folks said Negro, when white folks said Negro, did they equate Negro to servitude and inferior people? Yes or no?
They just saying the black land. That's all it is.
Okay, so right. Hold on.
Hey,
bro, I'm asking you a question. It's either wrong or right. When white people call people of dark skin Negro, did Negro mean inferior people deserving of servitude, like a slave?
No.
Okay, cool. Let's go on. Okay,
now,
we're gonna do that next.
If you read the next paragraph,
it says, go ahead.
If you read the next,
it says this area comprised at least the western part of the region called Sudan. not to be confused with the modern country. The term is probably a direct translation of the Arabic term Bilad as-Sudan, meaning the land of the blacks. Got it in quotations here. Corresponding to about the same area, there were various kinds of people in the area. Okay. What else am I reading from here?
Keep going.
Okay.
It's just explaining why they call it the land of blacks. Now you read down there where it say Negro land. Read where it say represent the area.
Wait, hold on. Hey, bro, you said look what it says, family. It says meaning in English, land of the blacks, but it's an Arabic term. We're reading the words. They call them Balad al-Sudan, not black. So when they call them something, they call them Balad al. Family, we're reading the names they call people. Negro land, not black. Bilal al-Sudan, not black. So we're reading the terms they're calling people. He's talking about meaning.
Let me ask you this. What do you think they mean by Negro land?
Okay, I just told you, inferior people that's deserving of that he thought deserving of servitude.
Okay, now go where and say Negro land represents that. Go right there, that paragraph.
Negro land represented the area between the region of Guinea and Sahara or the desert. The Sahara Desert, the name Sahara derived from the Arabic word for desert in the feminine irregular form. Guinea not to be Guinea not to be confused with the modern country, then referred to the south-facing coast of West Africa and the land stretching up river from there. Okay. Kind of lost here.
They just saying it's the black land, man. That's all it is. Negro in Spanish mean the black land. Portuguese, same thing.
So they were just, all right, cool. Now watch this. All right. So you see how this works? Watch this. Because you said no. When Europeans called dark people okay. Let's get this out the way.
Take that back up what you just said, what you just showed. The term Negro mean.
Right. Negro.
There. Right there. Right. The term Negro.
Right. Okay.
Spanish,
so
Portuguese for black.
Right. Okay. Dude, when they called us black, well, they called us Negro, right? All right. So look, let's start one at a time. Did they call us Negro or they call us black? Which one?
Spanish called us Negro.
Okay, cool. And then the Arabs, did they call? So let's start from the tippy top. Okay, so you got Negro.
It's two different languages you're speaking now.
Yeah, Arab and European, Portuguese, right? Spanish. So far, we got Negro on the table, who they was described, who they call Africans, right? And we also got Sudan. So there was two terms that they call Africans, Sudan and Negro, right?
No. Negro, when they saying West Africa, they just saying Sudan. It's a Western Sudan, and it's a Sudan, the Sudan that the Arabs call land of the blacks, and the European call Western Africa.
No. They didn't speak English. They spoke Arabic and they spoke Portuguese. They spoke a Spanish language. So you're talking English right now, right? That's called being a revisionist. They said the word Sudan, and you got Sudanese people, and you got Negro, right? That they call. Wait, hold on. Hey, bro, wait, it's my turn now. You quarterback, read that stuff. I'm responding. Okay, so when Europeans and Arabic people, by the way, when they call people Negro and Sudan, did these people already name themselves something?
Brother, you said you was talking about
white people. I'm just asking a question now. You had me read some stuff, you had me answer some questions. I'm giving it back to you now. I'm not. I'm taking it from the bro, you did the Negro stuff. I'm now making a point now. I'm saying when these people were called Sudanese people or Negroes, before they were called that by their colonizers, did they already call themselves something before then?
Yes.
Okay, so that means that the colonizers were calling them outside their name, right?
That's what I said. The Europeans called them black.
Right. Okay. No, they didn't call them black. They called them Negro, and they were called Sudanese by the Arabs. The word black didn't show up. Nobody spoke English. See, that's you using the word black today for Arabic and Spanish words back then. You're wrong. Okay. They didn't call them black. They got called Negro, and they got called. Wait. Hold on. Let's establish facts first, because you're lying, and I'm straightening that out. Okay. So they were called Negro, and they were called Sudanese people. Now, we agree. The oppressors called them that. So that is called exonyms, right? That's when somebody outside yourself renamed you something you didn't call yourself, correct?
You can call it what you want. I'm referring to what
you said. Hey, bro, we're just establishing facts. It's not about me calling what I want. We're establishing facts. You had me read some stuff, right? And I didn't say anything. I didn't say, hey, I read some stuff. Now we're establishing facts.
How this conversation started, right?
Hey, bro, hold on. But we're established before it could go further. We got to establish facts. That's why you had me read the Wikipedia article. You want me to establish facts. So now I'm establishing facts. I'm going with you. When you're called something outside of your name by outsiders, that's an exonym, right? Outsiders call you something you didn't call yourself, right or wrong? Negro and okay, cool.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right. Okay, but prior to that, people normally name themselves, right?
Okay.
That's called an endonym. Go on.
The point was you was saying that black people called themselves black, and I was telling you the European called you black.
No, we read the European called you Negro.
Okay,
what we didn't read black.
Okay, and the term Negro, what do it say right there?
No, it says Negro.
Okay, what do the term translate to?
No. Okay, hey family, this is the retardation we got to deal with.
Oh, Lord.
We're reading the words, and he's trying to make it something else. When Haitians say "sac passe," we don't say he ain't saying that. He's saying what's up. Assalamu alaikum ain't that? They're saying what it is. Fiance is fiance. Okay, Juan is Juan. Juan ain't John. Hey, bro, hold on.
Okay, what do Negro mean in Spanish?
No, it's not about mean. Hey, bro, listen to my claim. I don't say things by what it means. This means this. Look, let's play that game real fast. What something means. Hey, bro, are you driving or do you drive a car at any point?
You know they speak in two different languages, right?
Hey, bro, we're past that. We understand the languages are Sudan and Negro. Do you drive a car in any sense? Do you drive a car?
What they got to do with anything?
I'm going to show you. So a car means something. Okay, so let's look at what a car means. This is how elementary this conversation is. Everybody is smart till they call in. It says a car means a four-wheeled road vehicle that is powered by an engine and is able to carry a small number of people. I don't say, hey, family, I'll be right back. I'm about to hop into my four-wheel road vehicle that is, but no, we say car. That's when you look at a car, you ask a kid or anybody on earth that speaks English, they're going to say, that's a car. That's the word. That's the name they gave these people. They didn't give the name black. They gave them the name car or Negro in this sense. Sudan. They didn't give them the meaning. They gave them the name. Negro, Sudan. So now when it comes to black Americans, we didn't speak Arabic and our oppressors were not Arabs. Okay. When we got oppressed and enslaved, it was by English speaking people. It wasn't the Portuguese people. They bought us from them.
What are you talking about? Who they bought you from? The Spanish people, correct? You do know who started the slave trade, correct?
Yeah, Africans and Portuguese and Dutch people.
Thank you.
Right,
so
right.
When the Portuguese, do you know where the Portuguese got the black from? The Arabs, man.
No. Hey, bro, the Portuguese. Listen, man. Well, look, however you want to put it, it's because the Arabs were there early. Hey, bro, you're making this too difficult. Let's just simplify it. Okay, so let's. All right, so wait. I got it. But let's simplify it though. The Arabs call Africans Sudanese, right? Is that factual or infactual? or
No, the Arabs
non-factual?
didn't call them Sudanese.
So they didn't say Balad.
You just told me you can't speak that language. They call them whatever they was in Arabic.
Yeah, but we just read it. It was Balad al
Okay,
Sudan. Was that right?
that's not Sudanese, correct?
Hey, bro, that.
I'm using
Wait,
your
hold
same
on.
logic.
Yeah, but you're using it incorrectly. What
No,
I'm saying is,
this man is
all right, hey, bro, this will
they
be
use
re-aired
they
and clip.
use
My guy,
go ahead.
do Sudanese? Okay, so they named them a place. The place was Balad al Sudan. We just said the definition in English would be land of the blacks. So they
No,
named
bring
the
it back up
place.
because I can't see.
Okay, I got it. So the name of the place was Balad al Sudan. They said the land of the blacks in English, but in Arabic is Balad as Sudan. You got to read your own stuff, bro. So now that is the place. They call the people of the place Sudanese. Sudan is the place, like it is today, and the people of Sudan is Sudanese. Congo, Congolese. Is that true or false? Aren't the people that Sudanese of the land Sudan?
Sure.
Okay, and isn't Sudanese and Sudan Arabic words?
Sure.
Right. And then white people got involved and said, hey, Europeans that speak Spanish, they said, okay, well, to us, we speak Spanish, so they're Negro, right?
That's right.
Okay, and they said Negro, and they passed that along all of their colonies. Okay, so then as we got into the hands of the British, the English, they added colored there, and they didn't call us Negro, they said Negro because they didn't speak Spanish, they spoke English, so they said Negro, right?
Correct.
And then they added color there too, right? So we were primarily known as coloreds and Negroes for almost all of our existence in America up until the 1960s. And in the 1960s, Black Americans said, throughout the Black empowerment movement, the civil rights era, we said we're BLACK, not Negro, not colored, not Bilal as Sudan, correct?
Okay, let me ask you this: Who named
Hold on, hey bro, is that correct or not?
If you say so, it's correct. I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, now, family, this is what the tether said yesterday. Now, before he tried to establish facts, Wikipedia. Now we're being matter factual. Now all of a sudden, I'm agreeing with you because you said so. Hey, bro, what I said is either factual or it's not. I don't want to force you to agree to something. So, but this is what they all do. When they start getting cooked, now all of a sudden, you said it, so I'm gonna agree. You're getting cooked.
I think you're taking this the wrong way. What I'm trying to ask you, well, who named the white man white then?
They named themselves white.
So if he got
the
all
English
the
speaking
power,
people.
Okay, if he named himself white, who you think name you black? If he run everything.
We did. No, that's not how it works.
Who named you black, man?
Hey, bro, that's not how. Okay, who named us Afro-American?
The white people did, man. What's wrong with you?
All right, man? Yeah, this guy's a fool. Okay, so now, look, they crash out.
Indian? Who named the Indian Indian?
Hey, bro, who named the Igbo people Igbo?
The Igbo people.
And who named them Nigerians?
The white people.
All right, so people are allowed to call themselves something, right? And then white man call you something.
Okay, but you only called yourself because the white man called you that.
Hey, bro, watch this. It wouldn't matter if you call yourself something and you provide the definition behind the naming. That is called an endonym. Did you know that?
Okay, show me your black definition book.
Okay. Hey, bro, it's you don't need a black dictionary book.
The white man got Webster's definition. When you go to his, he say black.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro, listen.
I want to see where you getting your definition from. Since you named yourself.
Listen. Right. Black was added to the 1970 census to identify.
Who did that? Who did that?
It was the OMB. It was the government.
Okay, who the government is? Who run this country?
White people. That's not even in question.
Well, who named you then, brother? That's the basis of the point. Who named you?
We just gave you that. Hey, bro, we just said we named ourselves. Oh, let me ask you this. When we became free blacks out of slavery in the early 1800s, did the white man free us, or did we buy ourselves or do something to get ourselves out of chains and plantation?
It was both, brother.
Okay, so give me the scenario when white folks and the reason why how white folks freed us from the chains. Tell us.
They signed the
In the
law.
plantation.
Don't they sign the law?
Hey, bro. I just said free blacks. See, it's the problem when tethers call in. They don't know our history. Hey, bro, I said free black. Hey, bro, I said, listen to what I said. I said free blacks. I didn't say freedmen. Freedmen was emancipated by law. Free blacks were not emancipated by law, my guy.
Brother,
I said free blacks.
It was free blacks and it was slave blacks. What are you talking about?
Right. And how did the blacks get free? Did the white man set them free, or did they get themselves out of
both,
slavery?
Brother. He make the law.
Okay, so explain. You hear this guy? So family, if you purchase a Snickers because the white man made it a free market, the white man bought. This is his logic. Everything you do when you buy a car, you didn't buy the car because the white man made it a law that you can purchase a car. This is how dumb this brother sounds.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Go ahead. I entertain you. Go ahead.
Made the law to put you in slave. Did he make a law to put you in slavery?
Yeah.
Did he make a law to put you in slavery?
Yeah.
Did he make a law to put you in slavery?
I just said yeah.
Okay, so how did you get out of slavery? He had to make a law to get you out. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, dude. You don't know how dumb you're embarrassing yourself right now.
You didn't see. Oh, your boy signed the
Yeah.
proclamation.
Yeah, you are really. I'm not even talking about 1865, my guy. I'm talking about. Okay, so let me ask you this: how did Martin Delany get his freedom?
Brother, that's irrelevant. What the 14th Amendment do?
Hey, yo, family.
14th Amendment do?
Look. This is how dumb this guy. He's speaking 1868. I'm speaking 1840, 1850. I'm speaking 20. And I'm speaking 1819. Paul Cuff. Hey, bro, it don't matter where you're speaking from. People got free before the American government had something to do with Emancipation Proclamation. Before that was a national law, federal law.
No,
people were already. Hey, bro, hold on.
Black people were free, not all.
Oh, really? Okay, so how many approximately were free before Emancipation Proclamation?
That's irrelevant. We talking about.
That's irrelevant. Hey, family, when he don't know, just like a tether, when he don't know something, it becomes irrelevant. This is everything to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about free blacks, and he said some were freed. I say, well, since you say that, how many were free?
Brother, it doesn't matter. We talking about.
Yes, you don't. Hey, bro, you don't know our history, my guy. You just embarrass yourself. You don't know our history. You're talking about things you don't know about. Good try.
Man, this is crazy. So
I know you embarrass yourself, my guy.
You saying the white man signed a law to put you in slavery, but he don't sign the law to take you out.
All right, so I got you. And the white man signed a law for a free market and capitalism. You buy Snickers, the white man bought it. I got you because that's his law. All right, so So look, let's move forward. When you are you aware of Malcolm X activisms in this country?
Brother, you get off the point. We talking about who named you.
Yeah, no, I'm past that. I'm past.
No,
okay, what about Marcus Garvey?
This whole conversation was about.
No, wait, man, you already got cooked. What about Marcus? Yeah, you already cooked. What about Marcus Garvey? You aware of him?
Who cares about Marcus Garvey? What the hell are you talking about?
All right, well then, all right, that's it. I mean, you got cooked on black.
About who named you black?
All right.
The
hey,
white
brother,
man
right?
named black.
Okay, sure. Yeah, listen, man. I refuse to entertain a lisp, zesty talking ass guy. Get up out of here. Now, he did all that trolling in the comments. Now, I'm talking about before the chat, family. He was commenting on videos. I couldn't wait to get him on here. You dig? And like a fool, I bait them more. They come more and they sound stupid. All of them sounded like that. Now, was I disrespectful? Was I cutting them off. Nah, he went to his search and everything. We went to Negro land, all these things. Okay. He want to make Negro black. No. Negro is Negro. He didn't even know Sudanese people come from the land Sudan. Like, are you dumb? Now go in the chat and cry. Because I'm going to replay this. Now I can't let people just talk, my guy. This is a informational channel. If they want to just goof off and have fun, go to those TikTok spaces. TikTok is where people be more funny, troll, roast. YouTube is for the serious grown folks that want to learn. Right, so yeah. I like letting this guy talk. Yeah, now that zesty lisp stuff, bro, I'm not into that. That's what some of you guys might want to. Yeah, shit, he in the chat. Yeah, I removed you. You took an L, my guy. Just rewind this and cry. Okay, the white man named us black. Stupid tether. Just cooked your dumb ass. So, in other words, family, the civil rights movement started with white folks. That means the way his logic was, we didn't do shit in this country. The white man, Black Wall Street was started by the white man because it was his laws where you can come together and do business in a country. So his entire logic was, if the white man law allowed it, and if you abided by the law, the white man gets the credit for all actions within that law. That is tether logic. Where tether try to pretend and downplay our accomplishments in this country. We didn't do nothing. The white man did it. But thank you for the content, my guy. You will be used later. Okay, thank you for the content. All right, so Buffalo Soldiers, we got around that. All right, let's continue with the show. Oh, no, stop right there. I hate when my browser start to reset. Stop right there. You gonna pause? Okay. Let me close some of these tabs. You don't really think you did good. Oh, okay. I want to talk about this. The colonial Mexico, the casta system, was a rigid social racial classification imposed by Spanish colonial rule, designed to maintain a hierarchy based on ancestry. This system intricately categorized individuals based on their racial makeup, profoundly influencing their social status, rights, and opportunities. Family, this casta system is kind of like what America's doing with their racial system, where they make everybody black, African American, influencing their social status, rights, and opportunities. So this is the pyramid where the Spaniards are on the top, obviously.
Social stratification system of the colonial period, where the Spaniards and their descendants strategically occupied the top. Such a stratification system was designed to allow Spaniards to hold and control political, social, and economic power at the cost of impoverishing indigenous and African groups. From top to bottom, the closer to the Spanish race, the more privilege and mobility that person had. As you moved down in this ethnic pyramid, those mixed with darker complexity were viewed as inferiors. The casta system of colonial Spain determined a person's social importance in Old Mexico. And the church and government records of the times used over 100 different terms to describe different racial categories. Definitions of the main casta categories of colonial Spain follow. Spaniards or peninsular were persons of pure Spanish ancestry. Those Spaniard descendants born in the Americas were Criollo. Even though their parents were from Spain, he or she was viewed as inferior for being born in the Americas. Mestizos had one Spanish and one indigenous parent. The term implied illegitimacy in the early days of the Spanish conquest. Mulattoes had one Spanish and one black parent. If mulattoes were born into slavery, their mother was a slave, therefore they would be slaves also, but if their mother was free, they were free.
Oh my God!
If one parent was mulatto and one Spanish, the child was a quadroon, and there existed a variety of other terms for different percentages of black ancestry. Zambos had one black and one indigenous parent. Indigenous were persons of pure Indian ancestry. It was illegal to enslave Indians, but Indians could be forced to work on government projects, such as roads, forts and churches, such work being viewed as a form of taxation. Because there was no separation between church and state in colonial Spain, work performed for the church was the same as work performed for the government. Blacks were persons of pure African ancestry. Because it was illegal to enslave Indians, only those of African ancestry could be called a slave. Black were considered to be a beast of burden and not humans. Any other race mixing with a black person was considered as contaminated.
Now you see that they're using black and for us, you know, for the sake we speak English. But look what black meant. This stupid tether was on here and tried to deny it. Look what black meant.
Because it was illegal to enslave Indians, only those of African ancestry could be called a slave. Black were considered to be a beast of burden and not humans.
Black was a burden, beast of burden, and not humans. You heard that? But a tether want to tell you when they was calling people Negro, Sudan, these color terms in their languages, that it was just a color. This stupid dog. Now listen to this and weep. When they call these folks Sudan, like I said, Negro, it wasn't just your skin color. It was, ew, look at the skin color and look what that means. Inferior, slave, not human. One more time, dummy.
Black were considered to be a beast of burden and not humans. Any other race mixing.
So they called you Negro because you were not human to them. They called you Bilal as Sudan because you were not human, not because you were just dark. Oh, wow, look at the dark humans. We're the light humans. We're the white humans. They're just dark. We're no different from each other. No, they had to justify psychologically to enslave you and treat you like shit. Inhumane. So when they called you Negro, it wasn't because you were just dark. They didn't think they were looking at a human. But again, when you're a fool calling up here, you leave like a fool. You never leave here scholarly, look, it's always a bad look for these clowns because you can't have an honest discussion. And I had to make them, agree to establish facts here. He didn't want to do that. Well, if you say so, they all 14 when they call in. Now, all of a sudden, the facts don't count. It's if you say so. Nah, that's just a fact. That's a historical fact. It's documented.
With a black person was considered as contaminating or degrading the other race. Necro in Greek means dead. Blacks were considered as soulless human beings.
Family, he's defining what Negro meant. Soulless human beings, dead.
Considered as contaminating or degrading the other race. Necro in Greek means dead. Blacks were considered as soulless human beings. Discrimination based on skin color is present in Mexico, which
So when they called you Negro, when they called them Negro, right? Negro. When the Portuguese called us African Negroes, the Haitians, whoever Negroes, they seen them as non-human, dead, useless, inferior. Like I said, didn't just mean your skin color. Dummy.
The effects and stratifications of the caste system. Mexican whites see their position of social and economic privilege as their right, while they see mestizos and indigenous Mexicans as racially inferior to themselves because they are considered lazy, inept, dirty, and ugly.
Family, over and over and over, when they have a chance to define Negro, dirty, lazy, inferior, dead, useless, inhuman, non-human. But he want to tell you when they call people Negro and Sudan, no, they were just describing your skin color. Shut up. That's why you look dumb leaving here.
Many mestizos who do appear to be more physically European will often be ashamed of their indigenous ancestry and will deny or hide it from others. They also see indigenous Mexicans as inferior to them, which has caused deep resentment towards the Creoles and mestizo populations in Mexico. On the wildly popular telenovelas, the soap operas that are a programming staple of many networks, the starring roles are almost always filled by white Latino actors who typically play members of the upper class. Darker-skinned people, meanwhile, most often portray maids, gardeners, chauffeurs, or dabblers in witchcraft.
There you go. Now, where in there, Negro was just a color of your melanin. It is a melanin expression of your hue. They all look smart in the chat until they call in. Yeah, man. Like I said, no. Negro by pure translation meant black or dark, like a color. But when you applied it, when racist people applied it to human beings, it didn't just mean that. It had a whole bunch of negativity attached to it that clown said it didn't have attached to it. He said that. He said that those negative connotations was not tied to Negro. Fool. Y'all need my Another One Bites the Dust music, yo. All right. Here's second. You fool. All right, so family, remember when I was playing the clip yesterday of those tethers, like, yeah, that first was defending Tariq and FBA and the lineage and delineation made sense, and then they all turned their back. So here's just a recap a little bit, and they all praised me. Like, he was one of those guys too, by the way. That clown right there, he's from these spaces that used to ride and glaze me. Watch this.
You niggas is done. Y'all just got a problem with Tariq Nasheed. It says Tariq Nasheed's popularized the term, not the identity. Tariq Nasheed popularized the term, not the identity. While Nasheed created and promoted the phrase, foundational Black Americans, the historical reality of Black American lineage existed long before him. People who use the term may appreciate his advocacy. See, this is what you see men unbiased doing. We appreciate his advocacy.
This is what you see me and Unbiased doing. We appreciate Tariq's advocacy, family. That's them. They used to praise me and Unbiased. Here's what me and Unbiased was doing. Now, he's part of that channel that was hating on us. That's his channel, by the way. Okay, now I'm gonna play the main agitator, that clown, giving me nothing but respect. Okay, and then they all just switched. It all made sense to them. Delineation, self-identification, reparations, all of that made sense to them, family. It was crystal clear. And then out of nowhere, they all switched. And then became anti-FBA, right? So one more time. The glaze.
Foundational Black Americans, the historiated and promoted the phrase foundational Black Americans, the historical reality of Black American lineage existed long before him. People who use the term may appreciate his advocacy. See, this is what you see men unbiased doing. We appreciate.
One more time.
Advocacy. See, this is what you see men unbiased doing. We appreciate his advocacy, but are not obliged to follow him.
Okay, you heard that? So this is what they was on before they became obsessed with Tariq Nasheed. Okay? All right, so that's one. Hold on. Give me a second. Oh, my tab's resetting, so now it's gonna. I hate when it does that, man. I hate when it does that. All right, so now the guy talking, that's actually his channel. Now I'm gonna show you his right hand man. So both of them used to always shout me out, like you just seen, give me respect, used to glaze, you dig, all that type of stuff. Now I'm gonna play his man's. And now we got dates. We got dates. Damn, this was just goddamn. This was just last year, August. Damn, less than a year ago, family. They all, damn, became agents and informants that fast. Hold on. All right, next guy. We get the receipts over here. Right. Okay, let me. Okay, yeah, this ain't the one. Hold on, family. This ain't the one. Watch this. They were pro Tariq Nasheed. FBA made all the sense in the world, and then out of nowhere, all of them are Tariq Nasheed haters. And haters of me. That's why I say I'm like number 2 to Tariq Nasheed as far as hate from these weirdos, these Pan-Africans and these tethers. I gotta be number 2. And it's not because I roast and troll, it's because of the information I bring. You see how fast I made old boy look like a fool? He thought he was gonna Negro land me to death. Okay, watch this, family. Now look, just listen to the voices, because when I play their hateful words, I want y'all to remember their voices. Now, this is their second man in charge. Listen to the unbiased glaze. Wait, when is this date? Let's get these dates. Yeah, okay, this is August 21st, 2025.
So the fact that I don't know, if you think that's comical, that's great, but I'm trying to learn. So I'm seeing in the
listen
chat,
to the
and
voice.
I've heard these things over the past couple of days. Shout out to Unbiased Sports. Shout out to Psychopatheist. They've done shows on these. Shout out to Math Hoffa and what he's done. So now,
shout out to who? So before I was Unbiased Ron, my channel was Unbiased Sports, right? Because I changed it because I don't do sports, and people kept calling in talking sports.
But I'm trying to learn. So I'm seeing in the chat, and I've heard these things over the past couple of days. Shout out to Unbiased Sports. Shout out to Psycho.
Now remember the voice. Shout out to Unbiased. Okay, all right. Now you guys hate my guts after just shouting me out just a year ago. What happened a year ago? What happened a year ago? Did that much change? That much couldn't have changed. All right. Family, what changed in a year? That they were big Tariq Nasheed fans, glazing Tariq Nasheed. Now all of a sudden they hate Tariq Nasheed. Okay. Let me try to. Yeah, like they did a whole show about me. All right. Shit. Let me see the other one. So remember the voices. As I pull up these receipts. And the dude that just hopped on, Contrarian Thinker, he's part of these channels. Like he being there trolling, sounding all zesty as he sounded over here. All that. Zesty as folks, man. Just a week ago, they were team FBA just a week ago. And family, that fast. Not even a year later, something happened where they became anti-FBA. Like, yo, what happened? Y'all was just shouting out unbiased. Oh, shout out to unbiased, me and unbiased, all this me and unbiased, shout out to unbiased. Now it's F unbiased. He a cult member. That's why we say these folks are agents and informants. How did that change? It ain't like this is 2021. You feel me? Where FBA is just rocking, dominating, where they was giving us props, and now 5 years later they hating on us. Nah, this is just last year. What changed? All right, family, remember that voice. Here's the same voice on a whole separate video giving me shout outs. Look, a whole separate video, by the way. A whole separate video. This is now the other one was August of last year. Now this one is the beginning of last year. This is January 5th of 2025. Look at the love and admiration I used to get, all the glazing. Listen.
Are immigrants, hold on, before y'all keep
Same voice.
The banner up. Let's leave the banner up for a second, because my question is the banner. Now, whenever we talk about FBA, immigrants come in. I've watched a few of Unbiased shows where he'll play like, and shout out to Unbiased Sports, follow his channel, put the link in the channel. He works very hard. But he'll play whole FBA podcast.
Unbiased works very hard. Shout out to Unbiased. He does great work. He works very hard.
Oh my God.
Family, this is January of last year. Okay? This ain't 2021, 22, when it started getting hot and they couldn't take the heat and they started to like control us. No, this is just sometimes not even a year ago. Shout out to Unbiased. I'm gonna put his link in the chat. He does great work. He does hard work. Okay. Now Unbiased Ron ain't shit. And I believe a lot of these folks check their genealogy and realize they weren't FBA. And yeah, so all of these videos I just played where they're shouting me out was just last year, family. Either before a year ago, just fall short of a year ago, or a little bit longer than a year. Okay, so now we see motive. Like, what happened?
Do y'all get that?
Everything I stood on last year, I stand on this year. Like, what happened? Why are people so anti-unbiased Ron? Last year, family, I was saying the same stuff. What can draw such a switch up? $2 super chat in the building. Tethers love white tea more than white tea loves white tea. Facts. That's a fact. Yeah, Israel in the building. All right. Give me a second while I pull this up. I hate when I overload myself with a bunch of tabs, because when you start to go to the tabs, your timestamp is gone and it's off mute for some reason, and just start babbling while I'm talking.
It's just like a black person can love the way that Farrakhan stands up for black people. It don't mean that you follow Farrakhan. but you can agree with his stance for black people. Do we agree with his origin for where black people come from, Farrakhan? No, we don't. But we agree with his stance and his fight for black people, for African Americans. You get that? We understand that he's fighting on our behalf. Even if we don't agree with his politics, his religion, right? Or his historical understanding, can acknowledge, right, that he is a leader and fighter and advocate for us. The same with Tariq Nasheed. I don't have to agree with none of the shit he say about all that other shit. I can agree and appreciate his advocacy for foundational black Americans. All right? 3, diverse political and social views. Many FBAs support reparations, black economic empowerment, and cultural recognition. But they may have different approaches and beliefs. It's telling you that FBAs do not have a monolithic belief system. So to just lump every person who identifies who doesn't mind identifying with FBA as being lockstep with Tariq Nasheed, you doing that shit on purpose. You doing that shit on purpose to prove a point. It says that many FBAs support reparations, black economic empowerment, and cultural recognition, but may have different approaches and beliefs and do not align with Nasheed's rhetoric or activism. I highlight that. Y'all need to read that. Y'all need to read that. ChatGPT is telling you niggas this. It says many FBAs support reparations and black economics and empowerment and cultural recognition, but they may have different approaches and beliefs and do not align with Nasheed's rhetoric or activism. Conclusion. Hold on. It is knocked on my door. It says, identifying as FBA is a personal...
So family, what he's doing is he's defending Tariq Nasheed, that he's not the leader. And because you say your FBA doesn't make Tariq Nasheed your leader. His panel, his chat are a bunch of tethers and Pan-Africans. And they were condemning him and the other guy who said I worked really hard. They were condemning them too for defending defending the truth about FBA and debunking the lies that FBA is a cult, the leader is Tariq Nasheed, is divisive, is xenophobic. These two main guys that run the channel were at opposition with their panel and their chat. It's like, yo, man, y'all gotta stop. Y'all filled with hatred. Y'all got a problem with Tariq Nasheed. Y'all gotta stop. So this guy did a whole PowerPoint presentation on how calling yourself FBA does not make Tariq Nasheed your leader. Has nothing to do with Tariq Nasheed at all, other than him just coining the term like African American and Jesse Jackson. You calling yourself African American doesn't tie you to Jesse Jackson in no way, shape, form. Necessary, it doesn't do that unless you want to be tied to Jesse Jackson, like you follow his work, read his books, and you vote for him and campaign for him. Same thing with Tariq Nasheed. Calling yourself FBA doesn't necessarily make you associate with Tariq Nasheed unless you want to be. You don't gotta watch his podcast because you call yourself FBA. You don't gotta support his crowdfunding. You don't gotta big up him, defend him, nothing, because you call yourself FBA. Calling yourself FBA is entirely separate from whatever Tariq Nasheed got going on. So his presentation is demonstrating that. He's proven that. And of course, his panel and chat was very upset. A year later, from this date, they're all anti-FBA. It's because the pressure, family, the pressure of these hateful Pan-Africans and tethers, they got exhausted. They stopped fighting. Their words were falling on deaf ears, and they just said, "We can't beat them. We're gonna join them." F Tariq, FBA is a cult, nigga.
Political choice. And while Nasheed is a prominent advocate for this identity, it does not mean he is the leader of all people who claim it. Period. Don't know what y'all doing, right? I don't know what issues y'all got with Tariq Nasheed, but it's clouding y'all judgment. It is clouding y'all
podcast. Like he talks to people.
All right, let's get that out the way.
Told you, he said he don't understand what bias they got against Tariq Nasheed, but it's clouding their judgment. Their hate is clouding their judgment on Tariq Nasheed and folks who say they're FBA. That was the person who runs that channel, that was their guy. Now, this is the second in command guy. One more time. The respect and props they gave me. I don't know where and out of nowhere, they hate Tariq Nasheed, they hate me and everybody who say they're FBA and ADOS.
Because my question is the banner.
Okay, so just remember the voices. I'm going to play a year later, they switched up.
Now, whenever we talk about FBA, immigrants come in. I've watched a few of Unbiased shows where he'll play and shout out to Unbiased Sports, follow his channel, put the link in the channel. He works very hard. But he'll play whole FBA podcasts. Like he talks to people that call in and call tethers and all of that other stuff, right? And I'm noticing a tone, like he was talking about immigrants and be careful with these people that are, dealing with your elderly or dealing with your parents. You have to be careful because immigrants have an issue.
But he's talking about Tariq Nasheed at this point, and Tariq Nasheed made videos about that, not me. All right. So when he said calling tethers, he's talking about Tariq Nasheed, right?
Issue per se with African Americans and whatever. You can watch it. It's on Unbiased Podcast. Watch it. It was an interesting.
See, it's on my podcast. You can watch about Tariq Nasheed. So these guys gave me nothing but love. They were glazing me. And now listen to these guys. I don't know what happened a year later, family. Hold on. Trying to stop this video from playing. Okay, cool. Listen to these guys now.
When Brad said, Obama showed him that a black person could be president. The Nigerian tell us that a black person can be #1 in a university. Don't let these white people tell you any bullshit. We've seen it done. But when you listen to Chief X talk 2 years ago, he wasn't saying what he's saying today. So it's surprising him come on the program today and him sound
people who were basically in the cotton fields of
you feel me? So when we're separating, right? We don't never tell a Jamaican he can't just be a Jamaican. We'll never say that to them. We'll never say to the black Cuban that he can't be a black Cuban. You feel me? We're never going to say that. But the African American somehow.
Oh, no, we are definitely going to say that. He can't be a black Cuban. He just Cuban. That's all. Ain't no black there. Ain't no black in that flag, black in that name. The correct name or the demonym. There's no black in none of that stuff. They're just black in America. That's all.
Gotta be.
And we have the only black flag, family. Our flag is literally called the Black American Heritage Flag. We have the only black flag. So I don't know how these guys are black all of a sudden. And we know they're not. That's part of that 2026 gentrification. No. 2026 paper genocide.
It don't, like you said earlier, Corey, I never seen us as different.
I've never like I didn't know. Always committed. So when I look at like
whether
I look at the Americas, right? Like
right. That's how African Americans.
So whether Stu Pease is in Jamaica or not, so whether Stu Pease is in Jamaica or the United States, he's still an African American.
Right, but that's too out.
Hey, family. So he's an African American. The guy Stupid Peas is Jamaican, and he's the guy that says now. But they got a guy on there, and they're calling him his kinfolk because of his kinfolk. This guy has said over and over and over that Black Americans are not the reason why there's an influx of Jamaicans, African, nobody. He literally said on many different panels that it was the white man that invited him over here. It wasn't, we have nothing, Dr. King, none of these guys, none of our civil rights activists we have nothing, a little to do with the influx of Jamaicans, Africans, Haitians. This is the white man doing. The white man changed the heart. This is how they believe, family. And he's part of these guys. Like, they're not offended. How the hell are you serious? Like, how can you befriend that? That's white supremacy talk. That's white supremacy saying we didn't build the country. Like, everything we did in this country was useless. And now they start to downplay what we did for this country. How can you befriend a white person like that? You'll call them a white supremacist. So how does a Jamaican or anybody non-FBA who's African descent, how do they get away with such hateful words? They don't. We call them tethers and we dismiss them. We call those white people white supremacists. We dismiss them. Nobody gets passes.
That's why African American is not sufficient. That's why African American is not sufficient. That you just made the point. I'm glad everybody heard Corey say that. Corey,
so you said that.
Yeah, you did kind of make his point.
Hey, Corey, take that back, Corey. Take that back, Corey. They're gonna try to kill you.
Okay, so now this Tether Corey, they just said, I cooked him, by the way. He called in too and done him up. And he called in for the same reason why the other guy called in, pretending that immigrants are Black. Beat him up. He was my student. I'll play a little of that today. So just remember these voices. So now, even the panel said, yeah, Corey, you did make his point. So now he's trying to backtrack all these fools, irrelevant fools on the net, crying over Tariq Nasheed.
Tremendo.
Take that back, Corey. They're gonna try to kill
what
you.
You just said.
Go ahead. Make it make sense. I lost myself. Go ahead. I might have killed myself. What did I say?
You said they are Black Americans, right? You said that they are African Americans. They are Blacks that's of the Americas. You combine North South America and the adjacent islands, the Caribbean, as all of the Americas. That's how that shit was called historically. Yes, this is all the Americas. So every Black person that came over here on boats, no matter where they land at, you say when they come in, you see them just like you. They just Black Americans.
No, because so I explained that earlier. I'm not changing. I'm saying the same exact words, but I had explained that earlier. You probably wasn't here when I had already explained that, right? So yeah, Stu Pease, because we had the conversation about earlier how, like these Africans and shit, and these East Africans, we even talked about you earlier. How you claim that some Somalian can be Black and all of that. I've always thought that was wild.
In the racial category, I'm not saying to be African American. You feel me? I'm saying in a large racial general box that you put people in. That's what I was going. But go ahead, make your point. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and that racial category is something made up by white people. So like they got this hankering, and the guy contrarian thinker, they got this hankering where they like when white people name them things or what? Yeah, oh man, white people see us all together. Like they put so much value on how white people look at them. White people see us alike, so we're alike. You FBAs are wrong. The white man see us alike, so that means we are alike. Yeah, but we don't see you guys alike. So the white man, the way he sees everybody, that overrides how we see you. Like we know you're different. You have a whole different homeland, swag, culture, language, everything. But the white man want to ignore all that because he's racist, he's anti-lineage, and he just say y'all all niggas. And for you, that's good enough. I get it because you're cosplaying. You want to be one of us. And you want any excuse to be one of us. No, the white man doesn't lay down law for Foundation Black America. He might lay down law for you guys, and you still view him as zaddy, but that is not how we view the whitey man, my guy. We don't put value in his opinion and his world perspective. No, sir.
Yeah, and I hear you. But what I'm saying is, they have not been through a similar. Even a Nigerian has not been through a similar situation. And like me and Stu Pease was saying, black is not just a skin color, right? It's an experience. It's not. To me, it's not just a racial category, right? It has.
See, so it's an experience. So, family, these guys be gaslighting us. So that tether who just hung, I dismissed. They know black doesn't just mean a color, like you're describing a color, describing a noun. They know it's far more that goes there. And they know when white folks is calling people, dark folks around the globe, Negro and Sudanese, right? These terms, they know that they were saying they were less than, they were inferior, they were not human. They know all that, but they think we don't know all that. So they try to gaslight us and try to pick our brains. And once we stand on 10 and they know that they can't do that, that's when they start to troll. It's whatever you say, I'm biased. Oh, so you don't want to establish facts no more.
More implications than just skin color and a racial category. So it has to do with culture and experience. Also.
So you say, right?
Yeah. So everybody that I've ever been around, this is how I was raised. I don't say stuff that I wasn't, like, everybody around me didn't. Like my whole circle.
Right, but your knowledge, right, comes from a culture that created these terms, right? So it can mean something to you and your small community. And matter of fact, you and your household could use these terms, specifically the way that y'all want to use it, right? But I'm saying that to the broader world, right, black is synonymous with a racial group. So if you're just saying that it's
to me too, but it's not only that though, shit.
Right. So if these people, right, can be put under these same large general categories, then we should have listen, Stu Pease and them are gonna still be Jamaican. They'll never lose that. But they can also be black and African American too. I will always be black and African American, but I can never be Jamaican. So how can a Jamaican, right, be Jamaican, African American, and black, but the only thing I am is black and African American? That don't make sense. If they can fall into three categories to be specific, then there should be a more specific term for me too. They shouldn't be the only ones that have a specific term, but we're the ones who hear
no, because if you was in Jamaica, it would be the reverse though, chef. So if you, I don't know. I've never been to Jamaica, but this is my imagination. Hold on, let me get this off real quick. I'd imagine, right, if you was in Jamaica, you wouldn't just be the black, like they would distinguish you, right? You would be the black from North America, from the USA America,
Yankee,
right? They would distinguish that.
Yankee
right?
boy.
So they wouldn't.
Yankee boy.
Yeah, Yankee boy.
Okay, so now you see how they doing, family? That's why, like, I got to be part of these conversations because I keep it where it needs to be. No, you're not going to be, you're going to be black. You're going to be American. Whatever we're called in America, family, whether you want to go back to African American, you want to talk about American Negro, you want to talk about Afro-American. That's how we will be labeled if we leave here and go to Jamaica, Haiti, or any country in Africa. They're going to call us one of those terms. They're not going to call us one of their own, right? What they call themselves. But that's what the guy point was earlier. it's like, how do you get to be me, but I don't get to be you? It's a one-way street. And they all miss that. So they all go into defense mode. And family, they're doing this because Jamaicans are in attendance. And these are hateful Jamaicans. These are not all Jamaicans are anti-FBA, but the ones that's on their panel are completely 100% anti-FBA. They be having the worst shit to say. The white man, if it wasn't for the white man, they won't be in this country. It wasn't our civil rights. So that they do that whole thing. Oh, Nigerians doing better than Black Americans, or you're lazy, you're not taking advantage. Those are the Jamaicans on their panel. And these coons, well, if the FBA, these coons are cowering out so they could feel better about a lie, right? When it comes to their feelings, but they don't want to tell the truth because they want to protect their lives, basically. So they want to lie on us to protect their feelings.
Something like that, right? So like that's why it's the same reason why Stu Pease is a Rasta man or a Jamaican when he over here.
We're talking about on government forms and how the government classifies people. So if they fall under the large general racial categories, right, that we fall under with no specific identifier, that's a problem. You already said it was.
Well, let me ask a question.
I don't know if I said
it. Outside of the reparations conversation, is there a way that is there a way that they would ever use the term minorities and not be talking about both Black people and Jamaicans? Like outside the reparation conversation,
that's the question I thought you was going to
ask. They apply the minority thing even more broadly than the Black and the African thing.
Right.
I understand.
Minorities are cripples.
I get that.
Right.
I get that. No, so I'm trying to ask, like, so if we were to proceed policy and we're trying to get some type of specific.
So the word Black has been co-opted. People of color, minority, all those terms, they supposedly include us, but none of them directly talk to us. So then what term directly talk to us? Nothing. And that's the paper genocide I talk about.
Policy that basically only includes our people group. Would that be the goal of having it outside the reparations conversation?
Yeah, it applies to all of that stuff. I can't believe that Corey is struggling with this.
What was you thinking I was going to ask, Corey?
They crazy.
Well, you got to understand, like, I live near a big city, but I'm a small town guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not as, like, so y'all.
So family, the Jamaican even said, I can't believe this so-called FBA guy is struggling with this. The Jamaican guy said, he said, I don't believe Corey is struggling. Hey, family, this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with coons who are being called out by Jamaicans. Like, yo, really, bro? It's not that deep, my guy. He said, I don't believe why he's now all of a sudden, well, I come from a little city, a small city, and we just don't like, yo. So now he's going to confess after a Jamaican man called him out from cooning. It's like, dude, why are you like? So the Jamaican man's like, yo, stop trying to protect my feelings, my guy. It's okay. Like what old boy said was true. You dig? So now he's buck dancing because he got called out by the Jamaican man.
Understand? Like I'm
conversation.
Yeah, it applies to all of that stuff. I can't believe that Corey is struggling with this.
What was you thinking I was going to ask, Corey?
They crazy.
Well, you got to understand, like I live near a big city, but I'm a small town guy. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not as like, so y'all help me to kind of be more worldly, right? You see what I'm saying? Like a lot of this shit, like what y'all say, like I ain't never heard it before. Like the way y'all look.
Now this stupid dude, remember the voices, because I'm going to show, matter of fact, I'm going to do it now. Okay, so this same topic, family, this same topic, this dust bucket was talking to me because I heard this. I said, oh, okay, you want to pretend that everybody's black. So family, this same topic, remember this guy's voice. Why don't you hear it one more time? Because I fried this dude.
Look at things like that, like certain issues, certain political issues.
Like
yeah. I mean, it just depends. So like,
Okay, that voice right there. I baited that fool to call in. And look what happened to him.
Nails, better topics, be more consistent on my times. It's simple shit. And you know, business stuff. And that's what helped it grow. And I focus right. And I just focus more on me rather than everybody and their mother. Right. All right. So now, with all that being said, so when people start to see, and then I'm talking, I took a position. I'm FBA, Foundation Black American. I'm ADOS. I'm an American descendant of slavery, and I'm a descendant of a freedman. These are all facts, right? This ain't something that I joined or this was inherited. Like I have a lineage that goes back to 1700 sometime. So these are facts. Now I know this. I know that we were using wrong language. Like there's no disaggregated term for us. When we're called African American and Black American, we're grouped with everybody who's African descent. Now,
so family, as you can see, I'm picking up on the same topic they had before, right? So I'm talking about the same topic. So he's aware of the talking points, all right? So I want y'all to keep that in mind. I'm talking about something that he was talking about with his peers on his panel, on their panel, the panel he joined. So he's not, this ain't something brand new to him, not, all right? So what I'm saying is he heard before, but I'm just going to go a little deeper.
The difference is that they can peel that off and be considered the most successful immigrant group in the country. That's called Nigerians.
Like,
so you see,
from being that very Discord, he be arguing that very point that you about to say.
You see, family, now he said the dude chef be arguing the same point that I'm about to say. So he realized that this argument is familiar, right? But he gonna realize I'm a little different, a lot different.
Right now, chef from being there arguing, he be the only one in there arguing.
All right, so that's that same voice. I want you to hear it one more time.
Like I said, like Nigerians kind of be more worldly, right? You see what I'm saying? Like a lot of this shit.
All
like
right, so that's that same voice. I got him over here. I baited his dumb ass. Now I'm gonna flay him. Anybody hungry?
Point that you finna say that is no delineation. Like when they fill out an application, like a guy from Nigeria can come here and he fill out an application, he gonna check African American. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like this is this argument that Sheffrin be having. So like that's what I'm saying. Like for you to be here saying like Sheffrin is Pan-African and you've been beating him up for years and whoop-de-woo, it's kind of wild to me because like
hold on.
I fight this guy every day.
Wait, so before we go backwards, right? So let me just tell you how, because I was watching, and this is for everybody who holds this position. So now what I'm saying is like, so I'm saying anybody can call and debate me on this, not some random talking point or defend or the Indians. Yeah, I made that up. That doesn't exist. That shit is real. And these people,
white supremacy definitely does exist.
Right. I get, yeah. And then, like I said, people come over here and they align themselves up with white supremacists and they call themselves conservatives, right? And they, again, it ain't like they coming as Jamaican conservatives.
Because they diluted, because of somebody comes over here and dilutes.
But I wasn't done though. No, I wasn't. That's not my point. My point is, I know what you guys do. You guys act like they're powerless people. They're just fucking third class citizens no,
they can actually gain power, but I'm talking about diluting meaning mentally because they could dilute themselves mentally. Go ahead.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is Black Americans, we're the only people who were subjected to another people for as long as we live. Right. So we've been deprived, not like nobody else, neglected, benign neglect, all that. We got a whole history, a whole everything that happened to us. And matter of fact, we didn't gain riches and we're literally taken from us, some Debo shit, right? Urban renewal. We know about all this stuff, right? So all the way until 1968, at least on paper, where it was taken off the books, right? And then we know that our efforts allowed everybody who couldn't come in, even white people who could not come in this country, who had quotas. We know that. We know that our fight, our plight, end up benefiting everybody who couldn't come here before 1965. They're here now. And these same people who Dr. King looked out for and Dr. King made sure that they were protected by civil rights. Dr. King made sure that they could move around and get to resources, and not just him, his whole organization. So making sure these immigrants come over here and we're good. These same people, their lineage, their descendants, same people had the nerve to, even white people, like I said, they also benefit from our plight, can look back at us and say, you guys are lazy. You guys are this, you guys are that. When these guys are being, like Teresa said, she said, allowed to be progressive in this country. They're being allowed to be progressive, right? They're not targeted. These guys got flags in their car. So they keep saying, if a police officer pulls us over, they can, no, they can, because you got a damn Trinidadian flag in your car. You didn't even get pulled. They already know who you are before they pull you over. And you got a Jamaican flag. And this guy got this flag. No, they know it. The Barbadian flag. No, they know exactly who the hell's in that car. And
some racist white cop in Kentucky gives a damn about a Trinidadian.
Yeah.
Like he gonna respect the Trinidad guy more than me.
Yeah.
I don't think he give a fuck about neither one of us. Both of us niggas. He's not seeing that nuance that you seeing. All of the nuance that you see. Like that white police officer that jump out that car. He's not seeing none of that shit.
Yeah, how does this tether know the mind of a white supremacist police officer? Like, how do you know how they see it? You just talking.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
I disagree.
Is not valid.
I disagree.
What I'm saying is, when the police officer get out the car, all he see is nigga. That's it.
But I don't believe that. And let me, because again, like, I don't know if. Okay, I don't know if you even know what they were doing. Okay, do you know what they were doing when they came to Ellis Island to separate themselves from me? So we're talking about Afro-Caribbeans and West Africans. Do you know how they were differentiating themselves from us so that white folks could give them a pass and allow them in there?
They were deluded, but yeah, go ahead. I hear you. They tried to do something that was deluded. Just delusion.
They were showing their paperwork. Certain organizations they were down that only they was part of it, we weren't, and they were using their accents when a police officer talked to them, they would speak with an accent, and guess what? And they were left alone. So white Americans, they know that Black Americans, we deleted, backspaced their ancestors, their relatives in the Civil War. We have that history, and that's something that they never gonna forgive us for. We fought and we ended their money. Not the people coming over today. All right. So they have just like many people say when they take their ass to South Africa, they say those people in South Africa do not look at Black Americans with the same hatred they have for the South Africans over there, because they understand that we're not tied to anything over there. So they don't have the same strong feelings, and that's everywhere.
Right. Everywhere. They would have the same strong. Yeah. Once you do figure out the delineation, right? I guess they will. But I'm saying, like, at face value, I don't think they really, like, some cop is really trying to make that difference. Whatever.
Okay. So let me give a case in point then. Okay, let me not say anybody random. Let me point to an actual individual who African descent, Caribbean descent, that he's not Black American, and who set us back some hundreds of years. You ready for this one?
Oh, I'm definitely sure you can give some examples of some wild guy or whatever. Go ahead, though.
No, he ain't wild. It's Marcus Garvey. It's like he's one of the first leaders of Pan-Africanism. He came over here.
Wild guy, in my opinion. Scam artist, snake oil. If you ask me, but go ahead.
He definitely was. Yeah, but he okay. But he came over here from another country. He disrespected everything we were fighting for, everything we always fought for, our wins, our L's. He didn't give a fuck about none of that. He said, I got the answer. Follow me. Forget about which answers you already accomplished here and what you're building on, adding to. This is the answer. And the answer is leaving the country. And that was never an answer for nobody. That was never an answer for no Black American in this country, leaving the country. We fought for rights. We fought equality. We fought for all type of shit. That was not on our mind
That's
to
part
leave
of
the
the
country.
uniqueness. Yeah, we built this, so why would we leave it? You know what I'm saying?
Right. So what I'm saying is that energy is constant. So when they come over here, they like to feel entitled, like they have the answer, but they fled from a country that they didn't have answers for, and they're the majority. It's like, hold on, so you're gonna come over here as a minority amongst the strongest white people on human known history, and you're gonna have this the answer for us, and you just fled your country with no, and you're the majority.
Oh, why? No. Case. Like, you know what I'm saying? No,
You're not. It's
just Jamaicans or Islanders or whatever. Like worldwide, folks want to come to America for financial gain or whatever.
Yeah, but people don't come to give us. Yeah, but people don't come to give us answers though. Like people just mind their business normally.
When they say when Marcus Garvey came and said he had the answers, well, like black people should have shot him. But go ahead.
Yeah, well they tried to, but he was speaking. See, but here's the snake oil. He was speaking to the poor, and the Red Summer just happened where the KKK had to. So we know that he studied us. Like we know that he was over in Jamaica studying our plight, and he knew exactly where to come. He didn't take his bum ass to the South. He came to the safe.
He knew how to run his scam, right?
Yeah, he came to the north, but north.
They wouldn't have had that kind of money to fund his scam in Jamaica. But go ahead.
Got it. So we couldn't fund it either. And then you're selling stocks. Like, yo, what the fuck? Stocks? We looking like, what the? So our leaders are like, what? What's he selling? Stocks? Oh, get this guy the fuck out of here, man. So like they already like was on them from day one. Like, okay, look, watch this guy. And then he just proved them right over and over and over where we had to do the Garvey Must Go campaign. But what I'm saying is that they had, now this is one, remember you said,
the government did that for us. I think the government put out for us in that case.
No, that ain't, do you know, that's actually false. Yeah, that's actually.
Did they ship his ass out of here?
Yeah, but why? Why?
Because of mail fraud.
No. We put them on them. It was our leaders who contacted, that's known as FBI now. We contacted the FBI and said, get this guy there. He's scamming us. Right. No.
The how they prosecuted him was through mail fraud.
Yeah, of course. Because he's scamming us. They don't care about that. He's scamming us. Okay. But the minute he started to commit mail fraud, that's when it's okay, we got him. But now we got something legit because
you thought I was being serious about the white folks looked out for. That was hyperbole.
I don't know. Okay, I'm just speaking factual. But what I'm saying is, you said there's one guy. You said the one immigrant can't do much, and I'm showing you one immigrant did a lot.
Yeah. So I'm saying like I'm sure what I was saying is I'm sure it is a guy that you could point to that was doing some wild shit. Yeah, absolutely. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So we deserve to have
what I'm saying in general.
But we don't know. We don't know. We're trying to stop the next Garvey. So what I'm saying is, brother, we have a right to have a never again moment. So now the Jewish community, anything that's remotely smells like anti-Semitism, they're on it. They're knocking it out. And it might not even be that. But because they really stand by that never again chant. Okay, right. So we got one, sir. We got one too. And we saying anything that smells like it. So when these folks come over here and say that they've been trained by their mothers to stay away from us, we're lazy, all that shit, that smells like a Garvey shit. So we are on them immediately. We ain't giving no lace to that shit.
Right, okay. Yeah, I mean, if your mama told you to stay away from niggas, you probably should listen to your mama. I don't know what to tell them.
Yeah, but we know that there's a lot of people who give these guys excuses.
Now, notice this giggly buffoon is trying to make light of everything. I'm trying to have a serious conversation. This giggly buffoon is making light of everything.
Just ignore him.
White folks told their kids, their daughters to stay away from them.
Right. So that's why we don't see them that's why we don't see them as no different. Like when people say the enemy, I always ask them, who's the enemy? Because I recall the largest human trafficking event in history was the transatlantic slave trade. I'm asking people, who's the enemy, the buyer or the seller?
The seller.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, who's the enemy? The buyer seller. Yeah. So we don't look at people because there's skin folk, they're automatically kin folk. We look at actions, right? We see consistency, and we see what they do when they actually come here. What effort they're giving. They're here. They are our minority. They're here in the small millions. We're 43 million deep. You would think that you come to another country with other melanated people. You know what? Let's rock with them. Like they're the larger body politic. That's like common sense. That's not what's happening. Like, let's join their fights and their plights, and let's see how we can get some shit snuck in there.
They didn't come over here for that. They came over here for financial gain.
Right, and that's
to be a part of.
I know, but that's what we thought they. Okay, what I'm saying is that's why I say we and them got two different worldviews. We looked at it as is us against white supremacy. Like when I say us, all melanated people. That's how we looked at this. And when they came over here, we see that's not how they seen it. And we were kind of confused because we're trying to join them in our organization. Some join and whatever. But we thinking that they had the same worldview as us. Like we got to stop white supremacy, global white supremacy. And like you're saying, when they came over here and we see that's not on their brain, we're like, what the fuck happened here? You know, that caused some confusion. And then we watched them. And here comes some undermining. Here comes some sabotaging. And then the reparations thing pop up. And we see a lot of these guys running it and purposely losing. Well, that's my opinion, but they gotta be, because you cannot claim no race-based reparations. And they all did. As a matter of fact, there's a reparation case right now in New Jersey and is led by a goddamn tether who's arguing for race-based. So now look, we already exposed you cannot do race-based. That's like clearly known now. So they probably didn't know at that time, and maybe they did, but we know now you can't do it. There's a guy right now in New Jersey arguing for race-based reparations. So it's like, at some point,
he's doing something within.
But you can't do a race-based nothing. Like that's at this point, it's common sense because Adolf said FBA already exposed that back in 2016, and we're like 9 years later, and these are big movements with big noise. You know, we the ones that Adolf is the reason why California had changed the reparations stance from race to lineage. And matter of fact, they did a vote, and we won 4-5. They voted for lineage-based reparations because it's common sense and legally you can't do nothing race-based. That's an L right away. So what I'm saying is, like, we have a loud roar. So for this guy, for this tether to come over here and argue for reparations, I don't know how he even doing that as an immigrant, but then he making it race-based in 2025. That's the problem. We're like, okay, dude, you can't say ignorance today now. You got ChatGPT, you got Grok, AI, and come on, dude. Like, what are we doing? So at some point, it becomes intentional. And we call that undermining, sabotaging, and that's a huge issue for us.
Well, I definitely hear you. I mean,
Now, family, where's this guy energy at? Soul snatched his ass. Where's all his energy? He's now giggly. And when people become giggly in serious conversations, it's because they're nervous. Now, he's in the presence of a real man, of somebody who does this for real. He's giggly, all that energy he had, all this right here. Where's this at? Hold on. I wanted this.
It's nothing but division and a sideshow. You know what I'm saying? Grifters they don't realize they've served two purposes, right? They got their own purpose, which they grifting, right? And they trying to get
So
paid.
the same guy, this is him, all his energy. We're grifters, by the way.
Off the misfortunate, right? But then they don't understand that they go on to run as interference for the oligarchy. So we sitting up here worrying about whether Stu Pease is a tether or not, right? And they, goddammit, merging, the corporations is merging all down to three motherfuckers.
You hear this fool? Now that's his logic. Don't worry about the people who are directly undermining us. Worry about the things that this conspiracy theory. Okay, he had all that extra energy with nobody really in front of him. Now I'm in front of him. Look at the energy now. Figuratively in front of him, obviously. Look at the energy.
Really mad at much you said there. You know what I mean?
We already exposed.
He said, I ain't really mad at much you said right there. That didn't sound like that on the other panel. It sounded like you was gonna be mad at everything I said. But you know, when a real man in front of you, all of a sudden, you know, the cowards start to raise their hand and you know, show their white flags.
You cannot do race-based. That's like clearly known now. So they probably didn't know at that time, and maybe it did, but we know now you can't do it. There's a guy right now in New Jersey arguing for. All right. Well, why I called you a coon and whatever I did. Okay.
He's doing something within.
We're 43 million deep. You would think that you come to another country with other melanated people. You know what? Let's rock with them. Like they're the larger body politic. That's like common sense. That's not what's happening. Like let's join their fights and their plights and let's see how we can get some shit snuck in there.
They didn't come over here for that. They came over here for financial gain.
Right,
they
and that's
to be a part of.
Well, that's my opinion, but they gotta be because you can from race to lineage. And matter of fact, they did a vote and we won 4-5. They voted for lineage.
Much you said there, you know what I mean? Ain't really
so
got
now,
objections to much you said there, but you know, I
so
just came on just to let you know that I was never.
Okay, so now let me explain why I said what I said about you. All right. Well, why I called you a coon and whatever I did.
Okay, so I'm gonna explain why I called this guy a coon.
Hold on, bro.
To him.
Yeah, so let me explain that. All right, Stu Pease in high school. They got a long history. Like X had a full debate that I played like 20 times through all my 3 channels. You can find it right now. Just any channel. FBA Defense Unit, Unbiased Ron, or FBA News and Updates. Just go to search and type in Stu Pease or X Architect. You're gonna see them debate for like 40 minutes. X cooked the
good debate. I can see that being a good discussion.
But it wasn't. It was one-sided, and then Stu Pease. I mean, it was not even close at all. And all Stu Pease did was disrespect Black Americans to try to win a debate versus like what they were talking about. So we're lazy. Being bad faith arguments like this. Well, the Nigerians are doing better, you guys. Okay, so X articulate. He says Stu Pease, are you dumb? Nigerians are an immigrant group. They are only compared to other immigrant groups. You can't compare a small group to a whole populace of people. You compare population with population and you compare groups with groups. He made that very clear to this guy. But because he'd be stuck in his emotions, he still argued that point. And he said other hateful things that was towards Black Americans. And Haskell did the same thing. And they always have done that on my channels.
So you call me a coon because of stupid.
Yeah. Right. Because you got a guy on it. Matter of fact, Chief X called him out. This guy was the title's FBA, but he's lying about ADOS. He's lying about I mean, like to me, I'm gonna be real. If somebody can't see that Stu Pease is a fucking hater of the Black Americans, I'm good with them. Like, I'm gonna just be real. If somebody can't see that this dude has straight hatred.
Conversations with Stu Pease though.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
I don't think we don't really have like that discussion. But when we do have that discussion, like he ain't never said nothing like kind of off the wall.
He's lying. Yeah, this guy is a clown, yo, and a coon, like I said he was, or tether, whichever one he is.
Like I've heard. You know what I'm saying?
Well, ask him some questions. You'll see, because he can't hold it in. Like I didn't even know he's like that. And then I said the origins before you guys can ever say I'm grifting. You out your goddamn mind. It was Stu Pease and Haskell kept bringing up ADOS and FBA on my panels when we were not talking about. I was divisive. Okay, then y'all want to jump the gun and like be disingenuous. The division came when they would come into. I recall them calling Tariq Nasheed spaces and trolling and debating and arguing.
I'm gonna fast forward some.
We'll clip it. See when you clip.
But yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I think you did a little bit of an evolution yourself, though.
Go ahead, start. Let's go.
I don't know that you always seen things the way that Tariq Nasheed, see things.
Like what?
Well, it was a time where I can remember a time where you thought that like maybe Tariq Nasheed was maybe like some type of scam artist or something.
No, never said that. So now let me tell you what I said, because I know there's nobody on earth I agree with. Okay, it shows that we're not yes men towards each other. All right, even me and ex-architect debate all the time. We differ on he's not black. He and then they actually said the acronym DOS. Of course, they said it. They said he's not a descendant of slaves. Not just him. You had white.
All right, so now we're on a topic that he was on the topic of. We're on a topic of, okay, he wanted me to explain why I called him a coon. Now we're in a topic of who's black and who's not. The same thing he was talking about on his panel.
People say Obama is not a descendant of slaves. So they were saying DOS, and we just ain't put it together. We didn't even have a word for it. The sister Dickerson, she was saying this. Like, they was laughing at her because they were kind of confused what she was saying. She said he's not black. See, but at that time he was black, because black just means somebody to the average idiot, somebody who's just dark skinned or of African descent. But she clarified, but there was no real term for that. So she said, well, he's not a descendant of slaves. So immediately when she had to think of something real fast to show how he's not black like us, she said descendant of slaves. And everybody stopped laughing and they understood what she meant. Mm-hmm. So all Yvette Carno did was have a light one day, a genius moment where they said, okay, I got it. I got the terminology. Since people were already using DOS way back in 2001, let's stay right there and let's just throw the A on there, because there's many descendants of slaves all across the world. Let's throw that A there. Now that A is American. American is a demonym. I got to teach people this shit. A demonym is the shortcut name of the nickname of the country. The country is called the United States of America. So you cannot lump up the Americas when we say American. So when you say American descendant of slaves, that's a demonym for the United States of America. Now, when somebody say, nah, Americans is all the Americas, I know that's an idiot that don't understand. We use it as a demonym. Okay, we don't use it as that. We're talking about all the Americas. All right, so we know that when it's said American, we don't gotta clarify that a demonym is a real word, and Americans are demonym, and Nigeria is their demonym. It's called the Congo, some other shit, the real name. And there's many demonyms for many countries. So she threw the American there because she knows it's a demonym that only leaves it to us, this country and this government, in chattel slavery. So U.S., the United States of America, descendant of slaves.
All right. So now I'm explaining it like I'm talking to a 7-year-old, literally, because remember when they explained it to him on the panel he was on and he pretended he didn't get it, this is what they said about him. This is what his panel said about him. A Jamaican, listen.
Yeah, it applies to all of that stuff. I can't believe that Corey is struggling with this.
What was you thinking I was gonna ask, Corey?
They crazy. Well, you gotta understand. Like, I
okay, you see? So he's trying to act like, oh, he lives somewhere else. That's why he can't get it. What else?
Right. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, it just depends. So, like I said, like Nigerians and like motherfuckers it's a difference, right? But there's never been a difference between me
for them Horners, though.
Okay.
Especially the Horners. I even look at the Horners even different than Nigerians. So, like,
real quick, brother.
Goddamn Horners.
Hold on, real quick. So, Brendan in the chat said that.
Okay, so you see that? So the Jamaican was like, I can't believe Corey's struggling with this. So when I was talking to him about who's black and who's not, I remembered that. I said, let me explain this thing where a 7-year-old can get it. I don't want him to pretend he can't get this, like the Jamaican assessment of him some months earlier.
Mm-hmm. And so all she did was put the A there so the confusion won't be like, well, there's many people from different Americas, and that's why the A was there as a demonym to specify and target No, we're talking about U.S. chattels, U.S. United States of America. That's all. USA, basically. Right. That's also a nickname, right? Abbreviation, because that's a long ass title. So we just made it short. But yeah, so she said that Tariq Nasheed came behind that, and he felt like that term wasn't all exclusive, like it wasn't airtight as they think it is. He thought he sees some loopholes how somebody could come, immigrant could come and tag on to that. And he said, okay, look, because again, they kept saying we all been slaves somewhere. Because I know the arguments that was going on at that time. I watched all those fucking podcasts, unbeknownst to Stu Pease and Haskell. They thought they was going to do an ambush on me. But let me say, he's okay. The foundational will eliminate the whole argument. We've been slaves somewhere too. Okay, where you haven't been foundational here. And matter of fact, we all say, you know what? We like that term better because we don't want to be associated all the time with something old like slavery. So we said, yeah, and because I seen that as something shame. We know that people from other countries would use that to shame us. So, all right, look, we're black, we're American, and foundational is our contributions are free labor, cheap labor, all that convict leasing, sharecropper, all that stuff, what we did for this country. And I want to say this lastly, because you got people like the Italians and the Chinese who expanded the railroads west. You have the Irish who was in the steel mills and they were in the coal mines, right? But the difference is they were just there. We did all of that. So we did what they did and more. We did tobacco, sugar, cotton. We did all that shit. Railroad tracks, steel mines, and the what's the last one? The coal mines and the steel mills and the coal. So we did all that. They didn't. None of those groups did all of it. They did one thing or two. We did all of it. So they say, hey, we're foundational too. Yeah, I guess you could say, you contributed, but you're not foundational in that you were involved in every aspect of making this country great.
Right.
That's all. So now, just off that, I don't think there should be pushback from there. Oh, Tariq made it up. Oh, okay, so what? And then I see Unc and Chief. So somebody got him. So now we got him because, it was Thunder. I think Thunder did a good job, actually. Thunder did what X-Architect did. See, Unc. I just can't believe that people still be following Unc, knowing that he's Mr. Confirmation bias. So X did what Thunder did. He showed him the definition of FBA. It's the first paragraph on the website. What Unc does is skip that and go to something else that's different from the definition. The definition is laid out. That's the first thing laid out, what a foundation of Black American is. Now Unc is so crazy, I was going to say something else, that X knew he didn't read that part. He skipped somewhere where that's confirmation bias. That's cherry picking. He went where he wanted to go. So X read the definition off. He didn't tell Unc where he got it from. He said, Unc, does this definition describe you? That fool said yes. And he was reading Tariq Nasheed's definition of FBA. So be like, oh, so you got a problem with just Tariq's acronym. Right, not the definition, it's the acronym. Then you run to 3 strikes, he run to 3 stars somewhere. The 3 stars is separate. That's not the definition.
I don't, because see, well, at least even me, well, I'll speak for myself. I can't speak for all these other folks, but what I'll say is, so you can, when you define the FBA, I could identify as that myself. But when you, a lot of times there's baggage that comes along with certain names, the way the way things are in a group. So
explain the baggage that comes with FBA.
Yeah, so like with the FBA, right? Fine. When you read I guess if you define it in the way that, I don't know what the definition was, but I'm sure you can find a way to where I could definitely agree with it. You know what I mean? And then, but
what's the baggage?
So it's baggage that comes with that, though, right?
Like what?
So like there's an ideology that comes with the way Tariq Nasheed.
Shut up.
It's an ideology with his group or the FBA, I guess. You know what I'm saying? And so FBA is associated with Tariq Nasheed. He got a certain type of rhetoric, you know what I mean, that comes along with that. And sometimes, people don't identify with that part of it. You know what I'm saying?
Talking about they got to make up something. Okay, first of all, there's no ideology. Tariq gave the definition. Now, anything outside of that, that's personal. So if he says, hey, man, some people were here before, that's personal. That's not a requirement, bro. That's not a requirement to be FBA or ADOS. The requirement is the ethnogenesis. So for people that believe they were here, people who believe they came on slave ships, that's your origin story. But that's not the requirement to be FBA. So if you only was here before the slave ships, if you only came by way of slave ships and you never underwent the U.S. chattel slavery, you're not FBA. So there's a specific requirement to be FBA, and coming on slave ships ain't the only requirement. And or being here all time. That's not enough. You have to go through U.S. chattel slavery before we even have a conversation.
No, so you said, say again. I misheard. You said, okay, cool. You only came through the slave ships. You're not FBA. Are you still there?
Yeah, my mic is just like, oh, I think my son destroyed it. Okay, so. It might be me. It might be me because he's 4, but it might be me though because I keep it in. Like, you don't take the best care of it. You dig? I throw it in the bag, so it's probably me. Just blaming his little ass. But so let me just make it more simpler. A requirement to be FBA is U.S. chattel slavery. If you didn't go through that, however you got here is meaningless. You have to go through U.S. chattel slavery. There's people who got here and got shipped right to the Caribbean. They're not FBA. And I think
a lot of the people, it's a lot of mixture. Like, so, some people were born over here, I guess, after a while within slavery, but those people were brought over here too from the Caribbean.
Right. And they're FBA. Right. See, we already covered that. See, like, there's no confusion with us. See, people like to talk about it, but they don't like to talk to us because talking to us, some answers are finally delivered. Yeah, those people were brought over here. That don't matter. If they stayed here the whole way and had descendants, they're FBA. It's that simple. You have to stay here, go through the ethnogenesis, complete ethnogenesis, and be known as an American citizen your entire life, you're FBA. But chattel slavery starts the conversation.
Okay, but what does that have to do with the slave? I ain't getting the slave shit part, though.
Okay. No, I just summed it up. I was talking to 2 different audiences. Okay. So I just without adding too much confusion, because I was talking to people because there's people who say, I came on slave ships, I was not here before slave ships. So I was talking to them. And then there's people saying I never came on slave ships, I was already here. So I was talking to 2 different groups at the same time, trying to address both of them. And that's why I say, so to be more clear.
Was here?
No. I'm saying for people who, okay, listen, bro. You can't gaslight me. I'm saying for people that believe that I were talking to them. So I'm saying those stories.
I'm trying to get clarity.
Right. So, but you got to listen. I'm giving you clarity right now. I'm clarifying. I'm saying.
No, I'm asking clarification questions, right, bro.
Okay, cool. And I'm trying to answer it. You're cutting in.
I don't like when people be like, "Oh, you gaslighting." It's like, bro.
But you are though, because I know what you're doing. All right, but check it out. It ain't gonna work. So let me say this. People came over. Right. Okay. I know. But people came over here on slave ships, right? That don't mean they went through chattel slavery, right? Like we agree, some of those people got shipped off somewhere else, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I got you.
Right.
I got you.
Right.
Yeah. I see.
So they're not FBA. Now, for those who like to say they were already here, they're not necessarily FBA either. If they didn't go, so I'm saying bragging about that ain't good enough. You got to now prove your ass went through chattel slavery. Because you was always here. You ain't go through that. You're not FBA.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, how would you have went through child slavery if you wasn't on the slave ships? It's kind of
because, but if they thought, if you're already here, okay, watch this. Watch how easy that is. If you're already here, you didn't come on slave ships, and you look like us, and they throw you in the midst of us, you're doing slavery.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's all of that. That's what I'm saying. Like all of that baggage, like that's to me.
That's history. That's light work. Nah.
That's just,
all right, cool. I mean, but okay, cool. Well, you know, the worst baggage.
Like that.
So family, he's calling. Look, it's baggage because these folks are trying to pretend it ain't history. So then when we beat up their talking points, oh man, that's baggage because it took that long to explain that. No, it doesn't take that long to explain. It take that long when we have somebody like you in front of us trying to act like we're not making sense. Okay, that ain't baggage. Fool, that's called defending your lineage.
That's was like
worst baggage is saying you're African American.
Identified. That's why you.
Yeah, but okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Worst baggage is saying, are you African American?
Yeah.
That's worst baggage. So you're a race, but what is your ethnonym?
All right, so family, that's when I cook them more in black. All right, before I go there, I just want to now he called himself contrarian thinker. Like these guys be having the most fanciest YouTube names and be stupid as hell. All right, so now here we go. Remember, he was focusing on dictionary origins of words. Family, they're all going to do this. So if you're listening and you want to learn how to beat these guys up, what they're going to do is tell you what Negro means literally. They're going to tell you what any other Noor or Sudan means literally. So therefore, it's equivalent to black and how we use black. You don't let them do that. So what they're doing is they're focusing on the dictionary origin of the words, etymology, while ignoring how the words were actually used in power systems, law, slavery, science, and society. That's why I say, I told the tether, you're saying Negro simply means black. You're saying Sudan simply means land of blacks. That's not how they use it though. Like, yeah, that's the correct translation. That's the etymology of the word Negro and Sudan, but that ain't how they applied it to people. So origin of words and how the words are applied in power systems, those are two different things. Language doesn't exist in a vacuum. Words take on meaning based on how they are used in systems of power. In America, now look, in America, especially the US, Negro became a legal category tied to subjugation. You see? So you couldn't be a Negro and you ain't a slave at some point. All right, so a legal category tied to subjugation. Slave codes define Negro are people that are enslavable. White people were not enslavable. That's why they were not given the title Negro. But if you were called a Negro, you were enslavable. So we can look, it says Negro equals enslavable. I told the guy, I said, bro, when Europeans called people Negro, they were saying that they're worthy of slavery. Oh, nah, it ain't what it meant. They was calling them a color. I said, nah, bro, it's far deeper than that. Nah, you lying. Okay. Negro was synonymous or equivalent to enslavable. A slave, somebody who can be enslaved by law. Example, laws distinguishing Negro, mulatto, and white with different rights, okay? Associated with property status. This is Negro. A property status, enslaved people listed as Negroes in inventories. I'm sorry. Gotta clean my computer. So property status, enslaved people listed as Negroes in inventories, right? Then Negroes, denial of rights, Negroes. Negroes were part of a racial caste system, family. This is way far beyond than a simple color. You see, at that point, it's no longer just a color. So I'm trying to tell these guys, a Negro was associated with property status, denial of rights, racial caste system. At that point, it's no longer just a color. Contrarian tether. 18th, 19th century. European thinkers use Negro as a biological category, not a color category, you fool. Johann Blumenbach, Samuel Morton, other racial theorists, they argued Negroes were inferior, less intelligent, closer to animals in hierarchy, family. They were not saying, oh, Negroes are just dark-skinned human beings and we're just white-skinned human beings. See, they seen people they call Negro far worse and different than just that. Okay? So the word became tied to Negro, became and defined as inferiority. Everything I said, dehumanization, scientific racism, everything I said to this fool. So AI said he's making a classic mistake. His logic, the word originally meant color, therefore it wasn't oppressive. Correct logic. Even if a word starts neutral, its meaning is defined by how it's used in systems of power. Calling someone property might just be a word too, Tether. But if the law treats them like property, the word carries that weight. Or even sharper, if Negro was just a color, why was it written into laws that define who could be enslaved? One more time, if Negro was just a color, why was it written into laws that define who could be enslaved? Negro began as a color term, but in Americas, it became a legal, social, and scientific label used to justify slavery and inferiority. He's confusing etymology with application, which I said, didn't I say that? I said, bro, you're confusing what the word mean and how it's translated to how it's applied. It doesn't matter what the word meant in Spanish. It doesn't matter what the word meant in Spanish dictionaries. What matters is how it is used in law, science, and slavery. In America, Negro wasn't just a color. It was a category used to justify ownership, inferiority, and exclusion. Words don't get their meaning from dictionaries. They get their meaning from power, usage, and consequences. I tried to tell the dumb Tether that. But when they look, family, he 14'd. I just want to keep him on to get this off while he was there. I didn't want to just let him go or kick him off because he's been trolling for a little while. So I want him to get this work. Okay, so he knew better. He knew it was making sense, and that's why he kept trying to change the topic to something useless and meaningless. Okay, now this is a whole other AI. This is what historians call literalist gaslighting. Okay, to argue that these terms were neutral color descriptors is to ignore the entire 500-year infrastructure of the global slave trade. Tethers. Sound just like white supremacists. In the 2026 academic and social landscape, we understand that a word's dictionary definition is irrelevant if its functional application was used to justify social death. So their application of the word suspended the literal definition of it. Here is the breakdown of why those terms were never just colors. Talking about Sudan, Bilal al-Sudan, and Negro. When they came out of the mouths of oppressors, when oppressors start to use colors to describe people, those colorful terms were no longer colorful terms. The Arabic context, Bilad al-Sudan and the Abid synonym. Okay, so while Sudan literally means black in English, the Arab world's usage of the term was inextricably linked to the trans-Saharan slave trade. The semantic shift in the medieval and early modern Arab world, the word for slave, abid, eventually became a synonym for a dark-skinned or black-looking person. Even today, in Paris of the Middle East and North Africa, abid is used as a racial slur. But don't it just means black? The uncivilized narrative. Medieval scholars like Ibn Khaldun initially and others wrote that the people of the Sudan were more like dumb animals, family. They got it in quotations because this is their word in their language. So they said the people in the region that they renamed, they were like dumb animals because of the intense heat of their climate. They argue that these people require enslavement to be brought into the light of civilization, all because they were dark and close to black in color. The logic: you don't name a region land of the blacks to celebrate it. You name it to map it for extraction. I kept trying to tell this guy, so you mean to tell me that these words don't have no negative connotations? No, they don't. A stupid, dumb tether. The European context, Negro and the theological curse. The Portuguese and Spanish didn't just stumble upon the word Negro as a neutral observation. Oh, they're just dark humans and we're white humans. They used it to solve a moral problem. How do Christians enslave other human beings? You feel me? They were trying to justify slavery. How can we call ourselves Christians, Christ-like people? But damn, we can't enslave people because we're Christians. So how do we get around this? The curse of Ham. This was the primary theological software used by Europeans. They claimed that dark skin was the mark of Ham, a physical sign from God that this specific group was destined to be servants of servants. Genesis 9:25 through 27. For all y'all Bible thumpers out there. Dehumanization via adjective. By turning black into Negro, they move the person from a human being with a tribe, name, and family to a color, a commodity. Okay. Legal branding. In the laws of the 1600s and the 1700s, Negro was not a race. It was a legal status. In colonial Virginia and Maryland, the word Negro was legally synonymous with slave or perpetual property. I kept trying to tell this dumb tether. Why the literal meaning argument fails, right? Yo, Negro means black. New Orleans means black. Tether knew. Jamaican dream. Sudan means black. New Orleans, stop. Why the literal meaning argument fails. If a man hits you with a bat and then tells you a bat is just a piece of wood used in a sport, don't be so sensitive. He is lying to you. He used the wood as a weapon, right? Exonym versus power. These names were exonyms, names given by outsiders. If the names were neutral, the colonizers would have called the people by their actual endonyms, Asante, Yoruba, and Wolof. Right. So why he just called them that? Purposeful flattening, family. They rename you to set you up. Okay, they use Negro Sudan specifically to erase differences by lumping everyone into one color-based category like they do now with black. They could apply the same laws of the Negro to everyone, regardless of whether they were a king or a commoner in their homeland. Okay, so Sudan, the literal meaning is a color, black. But the oppressor's contextual definition of it, market source, a region where labor can be legally harvested. This is how the oppressor used it. The legal definition of Negro, black color, but the way the oppressor used it wasn't for that. It was a being whose skin is a tile deed for the master. A bead means slave, but it's also used as a racial slur, a direct link between phenotype and servitude. Hamite of the Bible, descendants of Ham, theologically cursed, divinely ordained to be an underclass. Okay, so it says, you can tell that the Pan-African man, which he was, that his argument is the equivalent of a legal technicality that ignores the crime. A dictionary will tell you that a noose is just a piece of rope with a sliding loop. But if you see a noose hanging from a tree in the 1920s in the South, you don't look up the definition of rope. You look at the history of the lynching. Damn, that was deep. The words Negro and Sudan were the nooses of language. They were used to hang the humanity of the people so that their bodies could be sold as property. That was deep. That was a dope breakdown. You look at a noose as a foundational Black American in the South from a tree walking through the woods, you don't be like, oh, wow, look at that rope. Who put the rope there? Let's get it down. Or let's swing on it. You're going to haul ass. Take pictures and report it to authority, whatever. but you're going to take that very seriously as a deadly symbol. So being called Negro in Sudan and Noor and Abid and Jarir and Akata, these are, don't they do it today, family? No, Akata just means wildcat. They gaslight us. Oh, it just means wildcat. They give us the literal definition and not the applied definition. Okay, so it says expert guide follow-up. The literalist argument is often used by people who are uncomfortable with the delineation of the FBA lineage. Wow, this is AI cooking them. People who say, nah, Akata just means wildcat. Negro just means black. The AI said these are people who are uncomfortable with the delineation of the FBA lineage. By pretending the names were always neutral, they try to avoid the specific depth that was created using those names. AI demolished y'all. Damn, along with me. Okay, so now let's get back to that lion tether that I finally got to do to the word black. Okay. Now, he had hella pushback on the panel he was, and the guy said, I don't even know how Corey's not getting it, because they explained it very clear. Okay, but since you're playing dumb and you called it on my channel, RIP.
It's kind of
because, but if you're already here, okay, watch this. Watch how easy that is. If you're already here, you didn't come on slave ships, and you look like us, and they throw you in the midst of us, you're doing slavery.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's all of that. That's what I'm saying. Like all of that baggage, like that's to me.
That's history. That's light work. Nah.
That's just,
all right, cool. I mean, okay, cool. Well, you know, what's worst baggage?
Like that's was like
worst baggage is saying you're African American.
Identified. That's why.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Worst baggage is saying, are you African American?
Yeah.
That's worst baggage. So you're a race, but what is your ethnonym?
I don't know what the ethnic.
Yeah, see, okay. All right. So what is your ethnic label? So outside of being part of a race and outside of being part of the descendants of African race. Okay, so let me give you an example. A Nigerian is considered African American. That's his race, but his ethnic standing on label is Nigerian or Yoruba, right? A Jamaican is considered African American as a race.
Black
so now I'm asking. Say that again?
Black African American.
Black. So, wait, hold on. So African American. I mean, you said the same thing. You just added black there. So African American is your race, and your ethnonym is a black African American. You just said the same thing.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm a black African American. That's.
You see what happens when you call in? It gets different.
Okay, I got you. And look, I don't tell people, like, what I don't do is make people, you know, I don't do like a religion where you gotta say FBA. Hey man, call it what you want to call it. That's not important to me. The only thing that's important to me is, are you of the lineage? And when I say important, I'm saying important that what we're trying to do, like we're trying to galvanize on a simple commonality. That's not ideology based. That's not religion based or political based. None of that stuff. Just simply because you were born a certain way.
FBA got an ideology. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, no. Okay, dude, nah, that's weak. You just said this. You just said to don't mention Unc when I'm speaking to you because Unc sometimes could be wild. I said okay. Now, you just did that to me. You're saying because a couple FBAs are saying some wild stuff.
With Unc though, I don't have it. I don't.
I got you, but I'm just saying. I got you. I'm just saying back what you said to me. I'm saying, why would you have me to speak?
You can't say the same thing to me though, like because you have Tariq's ideology. I don't have ideology.
No, I don't. Wait. Okay, prove out now. See, this is what he tiptoe and twist and tap out. Hey, bro, prove one ideology I got from Tariq. Prove one. You said it. Now you got to prove it. Source up.
We're gonna say what?
Source up. Prove. Give me the ideology I bought from Tariq Nasheed. I just said that he's against jab. I'm jabbed up. Okay.
So you have Tariq. So what comes with an ideology is like
whether you're selling cakes or causes, it's all the same.
Tell me.
Who's a tether and who's not a tether? That's an ideology that.
Okay, hold on.
Rhetoric.
Hold on. All right.
Now, by the way, this coon says pseudo after Unc. So remember, he said, because we say tether after Tariq Nasheed, we're borrowing his ideology. Now, he just said that he hasn't borrowed Unc's ideology. Well, Unc made up the word pseudo in the way we use it today. Okay, that was Unc that started to use pseudo out of context for everything that you see is like fiction or not all the way true. This coon, he uses pseudo after Unc. So according to his logic, aren't you borrowing Unc's ideology? This is a fool, man. Again, it doesn't work over here.
And I see why they're crying now. Actually, are you familiar with Melvin Charles, the one that created the Black American Heritage flag?
No, I'm familiar with the Black.
See, yeah. See, here's the thing. He had wording too that we agreed with, and we even adopted the flag. So yes, so we agree right now. Yeah, in people homes that don't consider themselves FBA at all, they have the Black American Heritage flag. That's 1967. That shit been popping, and that shit was used in public phones with certain cities and states. They was using that flag to represent Black Americans, delineating. All right, and he has certain terms and phrases that he used that we borrow. That's okay. So if Tariq says something, we got Yvette say things I borrow from. When she say disaggregate, I like that word. I use that. See, we're Black American. When we say something fly, we borrow it. Look at Cap. I say no cap, right? No cap. That's a fly word somebody came up with. And he might be a gangbanger. He might be this, it might be that. But that's a fly terminology to say somebody's lying. So yeah, that's part of AAVE, man. Like we borrow, like, look at your dig.
That's
like some. But hey, look at yo. Chef say yo, I say yo, and I'm from Jersey, from Baltimore. We're both saying yo. Okay, so I'm saying like that's part of FBA culture. Certain words hit and some words don't. When Tariq Nasheed decided to label those people who fight against that's obviously immigrants, or immigrant born, who fight against our talking points, tooth and nail like a stew peas. He had a clever name for them that he got from a movie. These little tethers. Now, some stuff he say we don't adopt. See, that's the thing. He's a human being. He's a loud voice. He has a microphone, and so does Roland Martin, and so does Umar Johnson. When he says that's bunny, but that's no bunny shit. People borrow that. Hey man, and even Seti, he said that's Negro Pink psychosis. People actually borrowed that, even though they don't subscribe to the whole the Hotep stuff. People don't subscribe to Umar's Pan-African stuff, but they agree with the Snow Bunny stuff. So I'm saying that's normal. If somebody say some fly shit and you feel like it.
So I just embarrassed them. I just pointed out different people, different ideologies, right? But they said catchy words, catchy phrases, and Black people all over the nation has borrowed their phrases, catchphrases, and none of those Black Americans or even Africans borrow his full ideology. These are weirdos. These are grown, old, losing weirdos that fail to attract people. I'm talking about like their swag is off. Like dude probably 90 years old with a wave cap on, the dude Corey. Like this is how they be looking in public. Dude probably 60 years old with a wave cap on that's over his eyebrows. This is how they look in real life. And they get mad with somebody swagged out.
It fits better than any other option. You borrow it. She from the streets, that's Future. Everybody been saying that ever since. She for the streets. That was some fly shit, and the way he had the swag to go with it. Nigga chilling in the back of a Maybach, whatever he's in. And he talking about some women. He like, yo, she for the streets. That went viral. So what about the?
So let's take so you familiar with the the Nation of Islam, right?
Yeah, yes.
So when you're a part of the Nation of Islam, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nation of Islam has a certain ideology. They got certain rhetoric that comes with that and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So like one would say, just because you Islam don't mean and there's a lot of similar things in Islam that
Hey family, you see why he hates Tariq Nasheed? Listen to him talk. Hey yo, pay attention to a lot of you guys when they talk. They are boring as hell. 19Zs, this guy, the people who can talk, got to get the gab like young Pharaoh. You won't really see when he was on top. You won't really see them hate. Like even the weirdo Polite, like the guys that get the gab. They won't really hate on brother Polite. Even the brother Jabaris, I'm not Polite, Tariq Nasheed. People who can speak well, articulate, and grab attention. They don't hate on people who can do it as well. It's the people. Look at the pattern I'm starting to see. The people who are boring as AF, who can't command attention when they talk. Boring as hell. You dig? These are the people who are the most jealous. For the first time today, I'm starting to see the pattern of people who hate Tariq Nasheed the most. They are the most non-eloquent, non-articulate people ever. Boring, no excitement, not, people can't just work out, listen to something, or be at work without falling asleep. Look how drunk, look how punch drunk this dude, this dude sound like Antonio Tarver.
the Nation of Islam practice, right? Of course, you wouldn't say just because you practice Islam, you down with the Nation of Islam. But once you start adopting certain certain rhetoric and certain ideology, then that kind of identifies you or kind of puts you in the realm of that Nation of Islam thing. You know what I'm saying?
No,
it's
I don't.
Like you can identify people through the rhetoric. It's like, oh, okay, that's the Nation of Islam guy. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but it's false though because you got so many people.
There's a lot of shit that old boy say that the Nation of Islam would say that I would agree with. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't say that, because I agree with one or two things that now I'm the Nation of Islam. You know what I'm saying?
That's a false argument because Dr. Malachi York used to say non-ether, right? 5% say non-cipher. People use that verbiage and don't even know where that comes from. It just sounds fly to them. And matter of fact, it ain't even non-cipher, it's now cipher. But they say non-cipher because they think that's what we're saying. It's actually now cipher. It's part of the supreme alphabet. It's now cipher, but they say non-cipher. But they get a pass because we know they're trying. But it just sounds fly to them. They have no idea where that comes from. People say non-ether. They have no idea where it comes from. It just sounds fly. Certain people that say fly shit, it just be more lit.
None of that shit before, but
yeah, okay. Now this is how he looks. This is how he looks on a regular basis. But he's just like 60 years old. Watch this. Like he's boring. His voice is boring as shit. Like he could never be a co-host over here. Like people be leaving. All right, I'm gonna show you how he looks, but 90 years old or 60 years old. All right, you ready? If you're drinking, put the drink down. If you're eating, don't swallow. Pause, because you're gonna laugh. All right, I'm gonna show you how he looks in real. Okay. And once my computer stops freezing, I'm trying to close out tabs now. My shit keep freezing. All right, hold on. I just clicked it. Where'd it go? God damn, where'd I do it? Shit just disappeared. All right, hold on. Let me get it again. Yo, my computer is freezing left and right. All right, let me get rid of some of these tabs. This is freezing. It never froze this much. All right, let me get rid of some of these tabs. Hold on. Let me get rid of some of these tabs right as we speak. he started saving them to my my playlist. Cause I ain't gonna be able to play them right away anyway. All right. Come on. This computer is wilding out. I bought it in Georgia on some quickie stuff when my main computer went down. So I bought this. Okay, this is how this fool look. But just add 60, he's 60 years old. There you go right there. That's how he looks. Wave cap over the eyebrows. Just add a great beard. That's how he look. Look like a damn cosplaying tether. All right. That's how Buddy looks. Like a damn cosplaying tether. Wave cap over his eyebrows, fake silver chain, silver rings, all that whole bullshit that phase people went through. They go through a whole bunch of damn silver. Looking like Brian Pumper. Yeah, but all right. I mean, but yeah, you're not from the East Coast, so yeah, okay, I got it. But you're not from the North.
Oh yeah, they see. So that's what I'm saying. So especially on the East Coast, right? You'll hear a lot of that lingo because of that ideology, because of that. You know what I mean?
It's because of the net. No, it's
that black power, like, you know what I'm saying? Like the lingo, it's an ideology that comes with that lingo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, nah, that's a false equivalent. If I put that shit in AI right now, it's gonna cook you. Like that. I mean, like you guys be saying shit and making that shit absolute. If I put that, I know. We know because we hear the arguments. Like, yo, that shit sound crazy.
Hey, yo, now obviously, these guys be using AI left and right, even Jamaican Dream. But I got personal friends that use AI, to as long as it agrees with them. The minute AI does not agree with them, BSI, all those guys. The minute AI does not agree with them, all of a sudden you can't trust AI. Everything I say, and yeah, I'm so truthful.
We listen.
Everything I say, you guys can run it through AI, and I guarantee you it's going to be damn near spot on or close enough. I'm saying fact check me through AI, and I accept AI's correction. These clowns cherry pick how to use AI, not me.
What you guys, this is
with other human beings, bro.
Look, this is what you guys want to believe. All right, but
it's not a belief of mine. I'm just having an opinion. I'm just having.
Okay, then go ahead. Nigerians, they have an ethnonym tied to that, right? Everybody in the world has an ethnonym. How are you? Yeah, you see. Okay, so you got it, and that's the issue, and that's why we say you're Pan-African. That is the Pan. Now, look.
Give a damn about
yeah, you just said that we borrow the idea. You just said that we take a word here and there or thought from Tariq Nasheed. We're part of him, but now you're borrowing arguments and parts of the ideology of Pan-Africans. But you're not a Pan-African. See, there's the back. See, there's baggage that comes with. Wait, hold on. Let me say this.
Pan-Africans they had a whole kind of.
But part of their ideology.
So I don't.
I got you.
Baggage.
No, but you're saying that. But when you say that you're good with
that's
a racial
government thing, that ain't a Pan-African thing.
What's the government name?
When I talked about the boxes I checked, that was about a government thing. I wasn't talking about a Pan-African thing.
Okay, what? Okay, I got it. I just asked you personally. I said every human being has an ethnonym, a standalone ethnonym to differentiate or show distinction from them and other people in the world. I just said, what's yours? You said, I ain't worried about that, I don't need it. I'm saying that is part of Pan-African ideology. Right, and I'm saying that's part. Got it. And I'm saying, your answer is part of the Pan-African ideology. That's how all of them answer. And because you hang around them, you don't know you're being influenced around them. Yeah, but that's exactly their stance.
Okay, I got you.
Okay, so you're saying so.
Go by anything, but
right. So
listen,
I got it.
When I'm filling out my official government records, bro, that's the way I go, bro. Like,
got you, and yeah, I mean,
I don't have any.
Most people do too, right?
So the difference between me and you is what you saying I got baggage, but I'm not having any baggage because I don't claim Pan-Africanism. You see what I'm saying? You said you are FBA or whatever.
And what else? And what else? And what else? I said I stated a fact. I'm a Black American. The F stands for foundational. That's credit. Okay. Right. So that's not baggage.
I never would have asked you that question.
No, I'm saying that's not baggage though. That's being real. So if somebody say, "Hey man, are you a Black American?" Yes. They say, "Hey man, are you a descendant of slavery?" Yes. Are you also descendants of freedmen? Yes. These are simple historical answers. Like there's no baggage coming with that. That's a reality. And are you did your people lay the foundation for this country? Yes. And also the foundational part, family, we kind of leave in the 1860s, but the foundational part is even in the 1950s because these folks couldn't be here without our fight. So we even laid a new foundation for those folks to come over here in the 1960s. So we laid two foundations. We physically built the country or helped build it, a significant portion of it. And then in 1950, we laid the foundation for other people to have a foundation. We're like double foundational Black Americans.
You're against that, for 1 second.
All right, so now I would just the reason why I asked you those questions about
No, I'm saying, do you think I would have argued against that for 1 second though?
I don't think you should, but the reason why I brought up African American, it wasn't a gotcha. I was showing you that you're saying that we're borrowing something from a man. Now we're tied to baggage.
No, I'm saying like that the FBA comes with baggage.
Okay, and
you borrowed
no. Yeah, but how? Okay, so watch this. Watch this. Watch this. What I'm saying is, how do you know they accept FBA? Okay, this person, you don't know at all. They just heard the terminology, foundational, Black American, like so many people have. Like the brother on the phone, or the brother on the channel right now, he said he just subscribed to Tariq Nasheed. Matter of fact, Donnie is ADOS. So you got people, and
you got Jonathan, who's been calling lately. He said he learned about Foundation Black American before he even knew who Tariq Nasheed was. So how did these tether coons respond to that? They can't. They're boring as hell. They tried the YouTube thing. It flopped. It failed. Nobody wants to listen to them. There's nothing about them that attracts people. And Tariq is light years. Tariq is what they wish they ever was. He's like their dream times 100. And instead of just saluting, they player hate. They lineage hate.
don't know that y'all know the person my channel. I had one of the first channels that was inclusive to everybody of the lineage. At that point, people who were claiming ADOS. Listen. Just listen. So when y'all have your private conversations, you can.
In the first place, the other day, right? I was trying to get here to this part where we are now, like where you had this. Well, I guess it was a little bit earlier in the conversation where you kind of discuss how you the people who thought they were already here and how you felt about that, and then kind of where we at now, right? I wasn't coming home for like beef or nothing like that, because I was like, damn, I remember Bias used to go. We used to go at the Abos and shit like that. Like me and Bias, me and you used to go at the Abos a lot. On your channel, I think you used to.
Hey, bro, I ain't never. I ain't never
ever have a discussion about.
Dude, if y'all did, that's on y'all. I ain't never direct my attention to Abos, bro. I have no arguments for an Abo.
Okay, so I might be mistaken, but anyway,
never. That was Sean and them thing.
So fam, you see, family, he tried to lie and say I was part of this. Let's get the Abo doctrine on YouTube. No, that was y'all thing, my guy. Y'all weird. and now it's y'all turn. Y'all crying like babies.
My point was, so yeah, okay, so I might be mistaken then. My bad. But my point was
Shut up!
that yeah, a lot of them, that's what I was coming on to discuss. A lot of them be like, yo, slavery didn't exist. We was already here and we didn't, you know what I'm saying? So I was just confused by that. That was all. That was my whole thing.
All right.
You know what I
So
mean?
let me straighten that out.
Like, you got the right to have your channel and say what you want to say on your channel. Who am I?
Yeah, so
you know
right.
what I
So
mean?
let me address that then. Let me address that because I heard people say, "Hey, this guy's on your channel, that guy's on your channel," and they trying to like.
I don't even know that. I don't know the different the Abo guys, so I wouldn't.
Personality that so that's how I look at it. I said your origin story doesn't matter to me right now.
When he was having a back and forth with Professor Smalls acknowledged that his own family took him to the burial mounds and told him.
All right, so I think that was it. With that buffoon,
as both people.
Yeah, I think that's it with that buffoon. But man, oh my God, I gotta do so much because they say so much stuff in private, you know, on their channel, and then when they be held accountable, they you see what happens. They start to backtrack and rabbit hole. It's like, dude, man, just stand on what you stand on, my guy. God damn, we did all of that. Roller coaster logic is what I'm gonna call it. Okay, so so it looks like Yvette had blew a whistle on some stuff with the SPLC. Let's see.
Whether you're selling cakes or causes, it's all the same. Whether you're selling cakes or causes, it's all the same.
Look, gullible northern liberals. This was the SPLC talking to those white supremacists that they donate money to.
Whether you're selling cakes or causes, it's all the same. See, we don't have money because white people have perfected how to make money off of our causes, and they have perfected how to get actual advocates out of here. We're gonna put you on our hate watch list, and then your Negroes are so crazy, they gonna share our list even though we're racist to get you out of here, even though you're doing the thing that helps them. Hey, man. I don't know what you do with that. Incoming female staffers were additionally warned by their new colleagues about Deeze's reputation for hitting on young women and the unchecked power of the lavishly compensated white men at the top of the organization. Racism is just making white folk rich. It's like a effing monarchy around here. The work could be meaningful and gratifying, but it was hard for many of us not to feel like we'd become pawns in what was many respects a highly profitable scam. Highly profitable scam. According to Fuller, our fees were paid by the Klan and the White Citizens Council. They have a history of paying the Klan and getting paid by the Klan. Ladies and gentlemen, this was your Southern Poverty Law Center. I feel that you have to destroy that organization and we have to start over with something new.
Damn. Everybody's trying to be team white supremacist. Nobody want to ride and ally with FBA. They want to be team white supremacy. Caught red-handed. All right. So y'all mind if we touch on some of that? So I spoke about the Jamaican posse, right? The shower posse, all the Jamaican posses, and how they were largely responsible for 40% of all of the crack during the incoming of crack, the transportation, distribution, importation, exportation. Jamaicans were 40% responsible for all of the crack during the crack epidemic, during its height and all of that stuff. Okay. So now I'm gonna show some videos on that. Okay. We're gonna cover Jamaica's role their dark role, their unpopular role, their unpopular large role in the crack epidemic. So right now, you're going to hear a crack sale in the 1980s of somebody selling drugs to undercover cop. Look how dumb they were.
A 17-year-old girl sold crack to an undercover female officer. From an empty apartment across the street, we watched the officer go in, and with a wireless mic, we heard the buy go down.
Those are 20s?
No, what you getting?
I gave her 20.
Oh, okay.
Okay, for two, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Seconds later, the bust.
The girl was sitting by a table and had several crack rocks on the table and said, "How many do you want?" And I said, "I'll take 3 of them." And so I gave her the $30 and I picked up the crack. We found about $300 and something and 70 crack rocks, which would be about $700 worth.
And a weapon?
Yes, a .22 rifle.
The big man, all I know is he's Jamaica. Moments after her arrest, this 16-year-old girl told us the crack house was supplied by a Jamaican dealer and that teenagers were regular customers.
15, 13. It's pitiful that they do anything for it. They steal for it, they'll kill for it. No? They'll kill for it.
Nobody cares about anybody.
All right, crackheads were not killing for crack. Like there's no real history of that. Now drug dealers would kill for the market and positioning in the streets and to dominate the trade. But crackheads was still like nobody ever. Hey, Chad, come off mute. Did you ever be around crackheads and felt like your life was in danger? Like that right there is cap.
No, not at all. Most I would have to do was hold on to my wallet.
Right, exactly. And you got to make sure your car doors are locked, things like that. They'll kill for it. Stop it.
Nah,
they'll vandalize the hell out the city. They ain't gonna kill for no damn crack.
That was never the case. Now,
right?
Now I've been around those. Let's see, how can I say this? Crystal heads.
Oh my God, they wild. Oh my God. Yeah, yo,
That's
you
scary.
see when white folks pull them over. You see it be shootouts. Like you don't ever see a shootout with a crackhead and a damn police officer.
Nah,
It'd be a
first
drug dealer.
Yeah, maybe that, but not even, like we usually don't.
Most of them go right in
bang out
cuffs.
with
Right,
police like that.
right. That's true.
But
That's true.
the reason why I came up, I heard something earlier with the Jamaican man.
Yeah.
And I was gonna say a lot of us. Well, I already know the answer. The answer is we had an ethnogenesis, but a portion of slaves were shipped from America to Jamaica. And they said, and then when I put it in AI, they said mainly slaves from the northeastern United States, but British traders found them troubling because they would always rebel and they would always
right.
But yeah, I was gonna say like look for that to be one of their talking points to claim FBA, just like the Liberians do.
Well, that wouldn't work because what I say is, what I explain to these guys all the time. It's not how you got here, and it's not that you were always here. Did you go through the 400-plus-year-old ethnogenesis? That's what makes you FBA. Not coming to America and being shipped off to Jamaica. No. 400-plus years of our ethnogenesis. That's what makes you FBA. Not visiting America, coming here for a couple years and then being shipped off. You're not FBA. You have to go through U.S. chattel slavery, Jim Crow, Black Reconstruction, sharecropping. Your lineage, your ancestors got to go through all that. It got to be a nice track record of your relatives going through all that. That's what makes you FBA. The 1933 HOLC, all the exclusions, all the redlining, all the restrictive covenants, all of the zoning laws. You got to go through all that. If not, you're not FBA. That's why we ask about, like, where you from and those type of things. Because once there's a disconnect, boom, you're not that. And that's why we say Drake's not FBA, because he didn't go through that. That's why we say the Liberians are not FBA. They didn't go through all that. They went through some of it. Drake dad went through all of it, but Drake himself, he didn't go through it. He's Canadian. He won't even argue. Like, I don't know how people argue for Drake. And when he says he's Canadian, he don't say, yes, I'm FBA or I'm American. I'm a black American man. He says he's a Canadian man. So I don't even know, like, why people argue for what people don't argue for themselves. Yeah, but the ethnogenesis makes you FBA, not if you always been here, if you got here this way. That's not it. Go ahead.
Nah. Thank you for clarifying that further. So now I know when I hear that, I know exactly where to go.
Yep.
But yeah, that's all I wanted to add for now. I'll come back up later.
Okay.
All right. Good luck.
Yeah, but hey, man, like, so y'all heard the video. All right, peace, chat. Y'all heard the video. The 16-year-old girl said the big man was the Jamaican man. That that is wild. One more time. This is 1980, fam. It's a drug bust. I've never known this. So when people say they know this and we ain't hear nothing about it, I'm scratching my head like, yo, what's up? And why was I in the dark about something like this? Why was majority of Black America in the dark about Jamaica's large role? Damn near half of the reason, like, they were almost joint venture owners with the slave trade. I mean, with the crack epidemic with the whitey man. So let me go back when she snitched on the big man.
Yes, a 22 rifle.
The big man, all I know is he's Jamaica.
Moments after her arrest, the 16-year-old girl.
The big man is from Jamaica. Yeah, and these black coons and even the Caribbean people and Africans, they would sit here and gaslight us that we were responsible for the crack epidemic. You had people like Unc, Rob Bourne come over here, my channel, and try to equate chattel slavery, Africans selling us, kidnapping us, enslaving us, selling us, to a few Black Americans selling crack. And the whole time, Jamaica's behind it. Wild.
It's about anybody. You care about yourself and your habit. That's all you care about. You don't care what it takes to fulfill your habit.
Users say that's because crack is almost instantly addictive. For the last year, this 18-year-old says his entire life focused on his crack habit.
How often a day?
All day. From the minute I woke up to the minute I fell asleep.
His story in our next report.
My man said all day, from the minute he woke up to the minute he fell asleep. Okay, so now we're going to go into what you're looking at, the story of crack by way of the Jamaican posses and the shower posse, which was the most infamous, notorious, deadly, violent, influential Jamaican group, the shower posse. All right, we're gonna do that. Yo, real life. The little girl said it was the big man was the Jamaican man. In case any of y'all had any doubt. She snitched. How do you get a 16-year-old girl to? So that was wild. How do you get a 16-year-old girl to sell crack? All right, let me share that video. 1 second. Let me find this video. Find this video. It's going down, basement. It's Friday the 13th. Guess who's playing? Jamaican. All right. Where's that video? It's in my Garvey playlist. That's where it's at. All right, where is it at? All right, man, y'all ready for this?